Let's get it going. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Stay Plugged In and the Formula Sim Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. A race calendar season. Sim career through the eyes of a racer while competing to win $5,000 in scholarships and prizes. I'm your host, Bearlight, here to walk and talk you through the details of the Cup over the course of the season. And let's begin easy. Let's begin with the basics, shall we? We got the weekly Cup calendar, which will consist of test sessions like you'll see in front of you today, as well as race days each week. The week will kick off with race day on Tuesdays, where students will compete in preliminary heats for a chance to qualify for the GP, which will take place later on that same day. Then we got Thursdays, where students will compete in the next track test sessions to get prepared for that next week. So very excited to bring you an activation here at Stay Plugged In that involves high school students not only getting that hands-on experience in the world of esports, which we all know has that importance of being able to have that commemoration of ability to communicate, be able to really connect with one another, show some leadership. In addition to that, while also being able to compete and have all the benefits that go into it, just like you would find with traditional sports, with racing. These are all important things at the end of the day. These test sessions, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, these will allow the students to learn the tracks, right? Learn about tire pit strategies. Sessions open to all drivers as well, by the way. And these will be broadcasted, well, right where you are right now. So if you haven't already, hit the follow button here on Stay Plugged In. That's both on Twitch and on YouTube. You can hit subscribe and get going with us. That way you don't miss a test session. You don't miss a broadcast here for the Formula STEM Esports Cup here on Stay Plugged In. But of course, during these test sessions, you wouldn't just learn these strategies for just anybody. No, we don't do that. That's why we actually have professional drivers that'll be leading these sessions as well. So I'm incredibly excited to see, exactly, and learn from the best, honestly, because, I have my experience with F1. I've done plenty of sim racing across the board, across the way, both in Formula F1 24 and elsewhere. But today, a special edition of the Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet to celebrate the first ever broadcast of the league. So we're going to host a live test session here and now. In fact, I've got a pro driver of the NASCAR Xfinity Series with me right now. Dawson Cram will be joining us right now. Dawson, welcome to the stream, buddy. How are you?
Hey, Bear. I'm great. How are you, man?
Doing well. Glad to have you on here, and I'd love to learn a little bit more about you and what we've got going on for the day. So tell us a little bit about yourself, your experience in racing.
Yeah, guys. So like Bear threw out there, I am a driver in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Just a quick background on myself. I started racing when I was 5 years old. I'm a third-generation driver in my family. I've driven all sorts of types of race cars. I've driven fendered, I've driven open wheel, road course, dirt, asphalt, you name it. I've probably tried it, and I've been a driver coach in the past in person, so I have a background in that. My family owned a development team where I coached drivers in Bandoleros and legend cars. I also drove some sprint cars and driver coached in that as well. And then my family went on to own a truck team, which I drove myself and co-owned and operated. And now I'm racing part-time in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, but close to full-time. I run about 25 of the 33 races.
And how did you get that inspiration? Because I know you started at a very young age. Obviously, it helps if the family's involved in an environment like that. But, talk a little bit about your start in it. I know you've owned a team. In fact, you became one of the youngest, if not the youngest owner, right, within NASCAR. How does that happen, right? How did you get your start within the racing scene?
Yep. So just to throw it out there, I was the youngest until the Goslins. They beat me out, and I ended up going and driving for them last year. So that's funny how that worked out. But so like I said, I'm a third generation driver in my family. I started when I was 5 years old, so I really didn't have a choice. I like to say, since you're not really making choices when you're 5 years old. But my parents, they threw me down in a race car. It was called a Mini Dorf, which was a open wheeled, kind of like a go-kart but with a cage. And I hated it. I quit. They put my sister in it, and I hated my sister driving it more than I hated driving it. So I started back up, and I ended up falling in love with it. I'm just in love with the sport. I've worked in multiple different jobs in the sport. I like to say if there's something out there in motorsports, I've probably done it. I've been the hauler driver. I've been the race car driver. I've been a flagger. I've spotted, car chief, crew chief, engineer. I've mopped the floors. I've painted chassis. I've hung bodies. So if there's something that there is to be done on a race car or in the racing world, I've probably done it, or at least tried or watched someone do it.
I think it's always interesting how, myself, for example, I hated singing, doing voice, or being like the front of attention, and then suddenly like, hey, casting's for me. Like I found the passion for it. So I love that you got to that place too within racing. You have been impactful, and really, this program's all about what are the jobs that exist within racing. So needless to say, you feel like a perfect fit for that. So through all of this, obviously, driving the race car is probably one of the most satisfying or gratifying examples of those jobs. But outside of being a racer, which of those jobs that you listed would you say would be like one of your favorites?
Yeah, so I obviously am still trying to make it as a NASCAR Cup Series driver, but on the back burner, being a crew chief, car chief, or engineer, that sounds really fun to me. I've dabbled in it. A lot of the times on the weekends where I'm not driving, I'm doing something like that. I've actually had job offers to step away from driving and go be an engineer for someone, but there's some really great programs, especially in the STEM community, that are, preparing kids to go be these types of things. And I mean, I'd like to tell people that racing is one of the biggest team sports, even though when you look on TV, you just see a car going around with one guy in it. There's, hundreds, if not thousands of people that put time and effort into that car to make it go as fast as it's going. And their job is so important, and almost even more important than the drivers. I mean, the driver can go out there and mess it up for these guys. They build the fastest car ever and the driver goes and messes it up. But their jobs are very important, very technical, and very fun. And it's extremely rewarding for those guys when they see the product that they designed and created and built and took all the time to prepare correctly, go out there and perform well.
And I feel like people wonder all the time, and maybe I was guilty of it way back in the day when I didn't understand the ins and outs of racing of, how is this a team sport? Well, it's not just like about your teammates that are on the track, which also exists, but it's also, everybody has to work in tandem, just like, the racer could mess things up and wreck the car in a situation maybe they played too aggressively, whatever it might be. But also like in the vice versa, you rely on them as well, like your pit crew, for example, to be able to get you back out on time, to not drop the ball in that regard. So really it's like it dives deep, and the web is pretty deep there, wouldn't you agree?
No, absolutely. And I mean, every team is only as strong as their weakest link. I've had days where I was the weakest link, and I've had days where I was, I felt like I was Superman and carrying the team, but it's a very team-oriented sport.
100%. Well, listen, I'm glad that you're part of this program, because obviously it seems like you're dialed in, having the job experience from A to Z. So if you ever have any questions, I'm sure Dawson would be happy to answer them. In fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Like we mentioned, this is a special edition broadcast. It's the first one ever. So we're going to do a test session live here and now, like I mentioned. Very excited to have you with this, Dawson. If you have questions as Dawson's walking you through some live demonstrations you'll see, as well as doing some test laps at full speed to kind of walk you through this track specifically today, hit those in chat. He'll answer them along the way. Dawson, I'll leave it to you to jump onto the track and get things going.
Yeah, absolutely. So this week, you guys are obviously having your first race, which is just a test race. So you guys are out here feeling stuff out, and we're running in Spain. So I'm just going to jump in, do a few slow laps, and just kind of show you guys around the track. So this is Spain. I'm getting ready to turn onto the front stretch here. We got a very long front stretch. It's a DRS zone where you can, obviously you guys don't have control of that, but we have a super technical braking zone coming up right here. So one thing I'm going to tell you guys is braking is where you make almost all of your speed in road racing. So I know that I have a background of oval racing, but NASCAR has really pumped up the amount of road courses that we run. And just to add myself a little bit of credit, I do have a road racing championship. I got to snag one of those when I was younger, but So I'm just not a babbling fool right here. But if you can really focus on getting into braking zones hard and creating a stable way to enter the corner. I know it's hard to feel because you can't feel the whole car if you don't have a full motion sim, but if you could kind of get the car when you go into the corner to squat down, and the beauty of open wheel racing is that you can see the front tires and kind of what the car's doing as you enter corners. You really don't want to ever be herking or jerking or anything like that. So when you get into a braking zone, you get it all flash or flush, and then you come off the brake pedal as you turn into the corner. So you kind of want to pretend like there's a string between your hands and your feet. So you never want to be doing multiple things at once, because the best way to think about it is you're driving a car, but your car's contact to the ground is through your four tires. So these tires, everybody has the same size tire. It doesn't matter how well your car's set up. You all have the same size tire and the same type of tire. Well, you can have different softness, but there's only so much you can ask this tire to do at once. So I want to ask my car to do one thing at a time. This right here, I want it to brake, release the brake, and now I'm going to ask the tire to turn. I want to be done turning and unwinding my hands when I ask the tire to accelerate forward. So you want it all to work in motion. I know that there's sweeping corners where you got to test the limit of your car and hold down the throttle and really focus on grip of the rear tire, but if you can start out by doing things one at a time and making it super simple, then it'll really help you out. When we go to racetracks and I'm just out to lunch struggling, I really like to get in my head and, just go slow it down. Just bring it back to basics, and these basics are doing one thing at a time. So, obviously, I'm a NASCAR driver, so track limits almost don't exist to us. So I have struggles with that. Just try to keep it in mind. Another thing I want to throw out there, guys, is patience wins races. That whole story that we were told growing up about the rabbit in the turtle, and the turtle ended up winning the race. That's so true, and it translates into real life racing. So patience will get you super far. So let's just try to throw a lap together right here. So first we're going to brake, release brake, turn, and then throttle. So brake, release brake, turn, get it turned, and then throttle. And then being patient. So like right here, I feel like my car isn't cutting well. Like I get to the center, I think I've turned it enough, and I pick up the throttle and it starts washing the nose out. And you can see it because, you can see the center line of your car, and you can see that it's not bending around the corner correctly. If you're just patient and waiting on the throttle right there, that'll be so much better in the long run. And when we get into more complex thoughts like saving tire, it just makes such a big difference to just, slow it down, do one thing at a time, and not ask too much of the car. Now, hairpin corners right here, there's not a lot of roll time, so as you start attacking more and more, you kind of just want to be, you know, full wide open, then full brake, full off the brake, and full gas. Just really attacking it. It's a super fun thing to do. And these cars, I just got done talking about preaching patience. These cars can take a freaking beating. I mean, you get down the corner and you just give it whatever you need. Whether you need more turn, you just put the wheel right to it. Okay, now with a corner like this, I have the driving line up, and you can see that it wants me to run the car out there and then kind of stay out. Now, there's a few reasons that the car wants me to, or that the game is asking me to do something like that. And the game's probably smarter than me with Racing Line, but there's a few things that you can do right here. You can focus on a late apex, so you're exiting more down here, so you would have you would have cut the track shorter and shortcut it a little bit, kind of like when you see, if you ever see someone running on a track, like in cross country or something like that, they run the very, very bottom. That's because it's a shorter distance around the track. So the same concept happens in motorsports. So if you can always aim to be lower, you could kind of assume that it's going to be faster unless you're carrying a large amount of speed and need to let the car go. But with a sweeping corner like that, there's a few ways that you can approach it. First being, it's really changing the apex of the corner. And when I say apex of the corner, I mean the lowest point that your car is during the corner. So let's say I create my lowest point to be right here. The next thing you're going to want to do is the next corner up here is a right-hand turn. So when I'm leaving this corner, I want to have a straight line to get out here as soon as possible so I can be entered correctly with the right line right here. And that's the same for every corner. You really want to study these racetracks and know what your next corner is so that you can be set up to be on the correct side of the racing surface when you get to your next corner. And we're going to talk about that when it comes to passing. So let's say I need to pass someone in front of me. I know I don't have a car in front of me right now, but I need to think ahead to what the next corner is. Because if I get inside of someone right here, now I'm going to be on their outside when we get down to the next corner. Now I'm outside of the preferred racing groove. Now I got to try to cut back to the inside of them here and be the preferred groove right here and hopefully clear them before I get to this next corner, else, they got me beat again because they had the preferred line. So always be thinking 3 corners ahead when you're inside of a racing zone. And another thing to think about is how tight these corners are. You might just want to give it all up and focus on having a run for the biggest straightaway so that you can pull out a line and get that run and try to be down here and outbrake someone and then just kind of take away the inside line from them. So let's revert back to what I said the previous time. There's a few ways to approach a sweeping corner like this. So let's say I want to enter in right here. Now I'm kind of pushing out. I wait for my car to rotate. I cut back down to a second apex. I just kind of shortcut the corner and have a better run. Another thing I want to step back to is when a car gets tight like that, I think it's always better to just back out and let it do its thing. Just give it another smidge of a second to rotate and just cooperate with you. Again, focusing on being on the outside of the racetrack on entry, braking, release brake, and then turn. Then you're throttling, and you just really want to take care of your rear tires when you're in a section like that where it's asking so much of them. Now, another thing I want you guys to focus on is straightaway speed is the second best way to make up speed. So we have this long straightaway ahead of us. Now, let's say I messed this last corner up. Now I have to pay for it this whole straightaway. And I mean, we're on this straightaway for almost 3 seconds. So that's a long time, maybe even more than 3 seconds we're on this straightaway. And I'm just giving it up. I'm just giving it to him. So if you need to back up the corner before the last corner to have a run down that straightaway, it'll pay off tenfold than rushing through the corner leading before and having a bad run. Now, you really shouldn't ever try to mess up a corner, but what I'm what I'm trying to say is if you're going to mess one up, don't have it be on leading up to a straightaway. Just blew that corner. Don't do that. So right here, if you could give up right there just to have a better run right here, I think that's always worth it. It's like we got a question here. If I tend to overturn a bit and the back slides out, what are some ways I can adjust? So that's a terrific question. Now, It depends on where your car is oversteering, or the way that I tend to analysis it is loose. That's the terminology I typically use. So if you can see right here, this is a very standard corner right here to the right. The preferred racing line is to start out here and then bend the car down into the corner like so. Now that is what we call an arc. Okay, so an arc is to get the car rotating. But if your car is rotating too much, you can kind of take that away and shallow up your entry and enter more straight. So you get down in the corner with a straighter angle, knowing that your car is able to rotate around the corner because it is loose. Another way that you can battle it on exit, where you're having getting the power down, if you're struggling to do that, is to just be patient and roll the throttle down. So you just want to just pretend that there's an egg under the throttle and you don't want to break the egg, and you're just rolling it gently down. And that's something you would see in a sweeping corner like this, where you're just trying to struggle for all the left rear bite in the world to get off the corner, is just to be gentle with it and let it, kind of wash out, and just try to focus on the side bite of that left rear tire as much as possible. That's a great question. See, right here, if I was loose, I would kind of just take it down a notch, knowing that my car was going to rotate. I'd enter a little bit more shallow, same with right here. And then wait to turn the steering wheel until I was further along in the corner. If my car's tight, I'm going to enter out here and just give it a big old pitch like that, trying to get more rotation. See, my car turns pretty good, so I drove off the track. You can also probably hear me, just really waiting on the throttle and kind of modulating it to protect myself from something like that. Another great way to create rotation while on a road course circuit is we have curbing to the inside and the outside. And the curbing isn't just placed there, just randomly. It's placed in places where you're going to have apex and then runoff on exit. So using this curbing can create point inside the race car, because it disturbs the balance of the race car when you're running over an uneven surface like that. So if let's say you're late in a run, your car won't turn, just aim for that curb and just clip it a little bit, and it'll create some extra point for you. See right there, waiting on the throttle. You just hear me wanting to get it down, but I just can't quite get it down yet. I promise you, that's the better way to do it than just driving through and getting loose or tight. You're always going to pay dividends on that when you rush it. Another thing I want you guys to think about is looking where you want your car to go. And that might sound so strange, but it's almost like riding a bike. If you guys remember learning how to ride a bike, you look where you want to go and your body just kind of does it. So same with driving a car, is when you look where you want to go, you kind of naturally turn your hands towards that direction. Right there, I kind of shallowed up my exit with a late apex. Right over some curbing to create point. Again, gonna run over the curbing and create point. Waiting on the throttle because the car is understeering. If you guys have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask. I love hearing them. And another thing, you know, now that I've preached patience for a while right now, really when you want to go attack is just see how much this car can give you. I know that you guys can go on and test yourselves right now if you guys want to hop on and check it out yourselves. Just test how deep you can get in the braking zone, how much wheel you can put in it, how much throttle you can handle on exit, because you don't want to be, you know, on lap 10 of the run and, you know, then you start figuring it out. You want to really test the limits, and testing and practice, you know, that's why we practice, is to really learn our limits and the limitations of our race car and the way to adjust to them. And if you guys could go out there, figure out some of the questions you have, I can, you know, share with you some of the tools I have to kind of manipulate the car to do what you want it to do. Whether you're oversteering or understeering, tight, loose, you know, you just let me know how you wanna, what you need, and I'll try to supply you with the tools. Again, we're gonna focus on this last corner to really get a big run down the straightaway. The best place to overtake on this track, in my opinion, is right here on this front stretch down into turn one. And the reason I think that's the best place to do it, is because, like I've been preaching to you guys, is getting off that last turn can have so much benefit because of how long it is. And it's also a DRS zone. Is if you can set yourself up to get off that corner better than the car in front of you, you're going to have such a big run for such a long period of time to really try to get this pass done. You know, you have the longest time out of any place on the racetrack to get it done before you get down in the corner. You know, you could even have them clear before you get to the corner. You get to move back out to the preferred racing line, which would be super nice. Of course, you always need to defend when you have someone that close to you, especially if you just pass them. Nobody likes getting passed. You always want to try and pass them back. Second best passing zone, obviously, is right here in the next biggest straightaway. From Igor Lane X. Hey Dawson, in F124, is there any actual performance differences between having the brake pedals set in harder or softer configuration? You know, I really wish I knew that question. I would say, you know, softer would be better so that you can always get the most performance out of your brakes. You know, the more brake pedal you can use easily, the better you can perform under braking, in my opinion, because you have more to use. Like, I'm using almost all of my brake pedal down in these hard braking zones to get this car stopped. And when the braking zone starts, that's, you know, obviously my hardest braking point, but as we roll down the corner, I roll off of it. Especially, like I said, you know, you only want to do one thing at a time. So braking, then turning, and then throttle. So as I turn in, my foot is coming off the brake pedal, so my hands are connected to my feet. And then as I unwind the steering wheel coming out of the corner, my throttle pedal is going down. Oh, texting and driving. From An Racing, or AN80 Racing. For Spain, is it better to have faster cornering and slower straights, or slower corners and fast straights? I would say it's better to have faster corners, only because we only have this one big long straightaway and then so many technical corners that you want your car to be able to go through the corners better than down the straightaways. So if I were the engineer setting this car up, I definitely want a car with more downforce here. You can hear me struggling to get the power down. I'm just waiting on it, trying to give it as much as it will take. The more you can unbind your steering wheel in corners like this on exit, the better you're going to be able to accelerate too, because you're not asking as much from the tire. So you can really hear the car bog down until I get the wheel out of it. It's almost like if you guys go indoor karting, when you turn the wheel and you're trying to throttle, you can hear the motor just kind of like lugging along. That's because you're just asking so much of the car to push through those front tires. Again, the off tracks look so inviting, but don't do them. Would you say it's more ideal to be fast and coordinated, or slow and coordinated, or fast and blind? Definitely want to say slow and coordinated. Like I said earlier, in case you guys missed it, the old story about the rabbit and the turtle racing is so true in real life, and you should always try to, not overdrive your limits in a race. Is the best way I can put it. Is you can't learn anything and you can't score any points if you're sitting in the garage wrecked. So if you can just stay within your limits and back up your corners, be patient and not do too much, I promise you'll have a better result than fast and blind. But when you need to go lay down a lap, it's good to be able to just flip that switch off and go attack. Where are you expecting drivers to have the most problems today? I'm looking at turns 4 and 8. I agree as well. Anywhere that's a tight braking zone and a tight corner is going to create problems, especially because you're going to be so invited to dive off to the bottom and try to pass someone like that, bully them into a mistake or bully them to the apex so that you're ahead at the apex. It creates chaos. So going back to what I just covered of being patient, try to instill that into your passing techniques and how you race other people. Just be patient and understand. Also this race, you don't gain a lot other than the bragging rights. So just try to keep that in mind. So this corner, I know it's challenging, but there's a few ways you can attack. It wants you to run all the way out there, but you're almost set up at the wrong angle, and you have to cut back across. So if you want to focus on a late apex and just be unique with your line at somewhere away, if you're having problems in that tough turn number 4, to switch up your line and create a more easy way to get through the corner for yourself. Having options always makes things easier. See how much wheel I'm able to throw on this thing and it just takes it? It's incredible. We're going to focus on a late apex right here, wrap the bottom. Gonna wrap the bottom right here as well. Gonna wrap the bottom right here again. Again, texting and driving. Formula Series versus NASCAR Road Course. Similarities, differences, which is more enjoyable to you? I gotta go stock car, man. The high horsepower, heavy race car, bad brakes is awesome. You know, it's really fun to muscle a car around a racetrack that's driving terrible. I know as weird as that sounds, I just gotta love it. Also, you know, in a stock car, you could just eat curbs up. You know, you could be 4 foot off the ground jumping like a monster truck, and that's just enjoyable. Similarities is obviously line. It's just the efficient way to get around the racetrack. Also, being able to manipulate what your car's doing by different entries, different exits, braking points, throttle points, things like that. Even though they're different braking and throttle points, the same concepts apply. You know, if you were to bring it, well, you do run F1 at COTA and as well as a stock car. You know, the F1 car will probably brake at the 100 marker, and the stock car is braking way back at the 10. You know, so another big difference is the weight of them. You know, this car probably weighs only about 2,500 pounds, if even that, and the stock car weighs about 4,000 pounds. I guess 4,000 is a little extreme, about 3,700 pounds. Stock car also has tons less downforce, so all these corners where I'm, you know, staying hard in that throttle of the stock car be fricking out there sideways, dirt tracking. Let me finish out this lap and we'll bring back on my co-host Bear. So if you guys have any more questions, you can hit me back up in the chat, and I'd be happy to answer them. So just so I have it hammered into you guys' brains, you're probably going to be annoyed with me by the end of this series, is patience, under braking, through the center, and under throttle. You just don't want to ask too much of your race car. If you're on both pedals at once, if you're turning in on a pedal, you know, that's bad. Just try to think of everything being connected. You know, these racetracks, you want them to flow. You want your body to flow. You want to be calm, relaxed. You can drive this thing with one hand. That's how I want you guys to be, and I promise you that's how you're going to get your best result. When you're all up on the wheel like this and trying to drive it hard, you're going to start making mistakes and going off track, and that, in the end, costs you more. You know, if you can hustle the car and gain a tenth, you know, maybe you go off track and then you just lost 6 seconds. So patience and knowledge is the way that you're going to seek success throughout this series and in your racing journey.
Dawson, let me tell you, definitely was cooking in that first test session. I feel like there's a lot of great engagement. So to see chat alive and asking a questions was definitely awesome. And great breakdown for sure. We actually have one more question that popped in like just now. So if you want to answer that one too, is have you ever done go-karting professionally?
So unfortunately, no, I have not. I've only driven a go-kart, you know, twice in my lifetime on a road course, and it was a blast. I wish I got to do it professionally. I had a friend that raced shifter karts. I used to beg him to let me drive it, but I've been thinking about getting my own shifter kart since GoPro, now Trackhouse Motorplex, is only about 5 minutes up the road from me, and actually go run next to it, and I hear other people having fun driving their go-karts, and I'm like, man, I wish that was me.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming through for sure. And if you want to check out Dawson Graham in test sessions in the future, alongside his buddy and Ryan Vargas, we've got on for future weeks too, you can simply tune in. So make sure you're following here on Twitch and or subscribing on YouTube. And we'll be live once again. It's typically around this time, but all you have to do is follow us on social media as well. X is at stay_plugged_in. Had to think about it for a second, but we got you. Just follow us there and you'll see when those test sessions go live. Dawson, yo, thank you so much for coming on the special edition of the Formula Stim Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, listen, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we're about to fire up with some prelim quals. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. And Brightspeed Fiber Internet here with ultra-fast speeds for all your streaming, gaming, and work needs. No more dead zones, just reliable coverage in your home. Check and see if Brightspeed Fiber Internet is available in your area. Type !Brightspeed in chat and check it out. Joining me are my friends DJ TJ and Lane X here for a stellar first broadcast here for Formula STEM Esports Cups. Lane, I'll start with you. How you doing?
Doing amazing. Excited to see how these lads are going to be performing. So, yes, it's going to be a big day, the prep, and then after the GP. So, it's exciting to be with you guys today.
DJ, first time we're doing this. It's exciting times. These students get to race, but they also get to learn about the opportunities in racing. And it's an incredible opportunity for these students.
We have been talking about this stuff for months, man. We have been so thrilled to bring everybody with the Stay Plugged In family this high school racing action. I'm just honored to be here. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, obviously, we want to talk a little bit of details here, which includes, what is Formula STEM Esports for those who might just be joining us, right? And of course, a league where high school students get to compete in F124, an incredible game made by EA Sports. But in addition to that, it's not all about gaming, like we mentioned. You get to gain some unique insights in the world of STEM, right? It's not just about being a race car driver at the end of the day. There's so much more that goes into it. We'll learn jobs along the way too, which I'll get into more details about. But Lane, you've always been that advocate for, jobs in esports. Certainly something you want to look for early in your career.
Absolutely. This is a major chance for you to be connecting these words as we talk in many broadcasts work together there, because this is how you step into the professional work. So you got to learn about these jobs. You got to learn with the best, like we did earlier today with Dawson Cram. So it was a very good chance, by the way, right off the bat to learn from him, have some additional tricks, and be a better driver.
Hey, DJ, you're actually in school right now, learning about, more than esports, but also you're in that world of esports too, in the scholastic scene, so you're just about as dialed in as anybody else.
Yeah, well, I don't want to date the desk at all, but I'm only 3 years out of high school. And so for me, this is pretty fresh in terms of learning from mentorship. Again, people like Dawson coming on and spending the day with us is a huge honor. And we're going to learn a lot throughout this entire season about everything in the racing world and even further STEM careers. It's all really exciting stuff.
Yeah, we just got to see, Dawson Cram with the live test sessions that we saw. The students get to participate in that to learn the techniques that go into racing, but also to learn from somebody who's been there, done that quite literally in every aspect, like we heard on his stream. To be on every asset of it, to own a team specifically, certainly introduces you to those opportunities. And I thought it was incredible there as we prepare for race day as well here on the Formula STEM Esports Cup also. With racing, with esports, you learn a lot. And for me, problem solving is a big one. Critical thinking is huge in the world of job creation. But you get teamwork, collaboration, communication, and leadership at the end of the day. These are aspects that not only translate in esports, Lane, but also across your entire career.
Absolutely. You got to connect all those abilities and skills. So it is about combining them and outcoming and bringing the results. And that's what we're going to be seeing the lads doing today, as it is very challenging, right, Bear, to, get started. I think the excitement and the adrenaline of being ready to go, it's always something that could stop you over. But again, let's see how that's going to go. I'm excited to see everything that we have prepped today.
Yeah, in fact, we'll get to kind of learn about some of the jobs that we'll be seeing over the course of the 6-week regular season. We'll get into the details of that in just a moment. But again, through STEM learning, you get some of the requirements of how you become some of these job titles, right? It's not just about, hey, what are these job titles, but how do we dive into the details of it? And that's what you'll see with Formula STEM over the course of the weeks. We're talking this week specifically, we'll go over in just a bit, mechanical engineering, the pit crew, for example, data strategy analyst, operations and logistic manager, marketing specialist, event manager, sports commentator, which is what we're doing right now, and physiotherapist as well. DJ, TJ, any of these jobs, is that what you're going to school for right now?
Funny enough, I'm glad you mentioned that. There's a reason I'm here with a mic in front of me. I mean, commentary is something that I value. We've gotten to work together in person and virtually on hundreds of different projects and events, I feel like, at this rate. So I guess for me, I'm more of a commentator, but also me and you have a lot of experience running events as well. But can't say I would maybe be fit to be in a pit crew.
Lane, where do you see yourself? You see yourself in that pit crew stall?
Absolutely, I do. I do see myself. I'm looking at the sports commentator. Obviously, my eyes they shine and they get brighter. But I'm very, very also eager to learn about all those STEM related jobs because there's a whole lot that happens on the backstage as we know, prepping the drivers to shine. So it is a lot of of activities happening at the same time, and I'm eager to learn all that. Of course, here with Stay Plugged In.
Well, I'm here to teach, and so are we. So let's go ahead and bring up the first job right now, as we've got mechanical engineer will be the first one we talk about. We talked about the pit crew and how important it is. From a driver's perspective, you rely on the pit crews specifically in order to get you out in a timely manner, for example. But on top of that, like they're relying on the race car drivers. As a mechanical engineer, you're building these cars, right? You're trackside, watching the driver perform. It's up to them to make sure your car stays safe too, TJ.
Well, also, mechanical engineers, I mean, really are one of the more hidden aspects of racing in terms of their importance to the race day, the race pace, the overall construction of the car. This is not just something that on race day you see them extremely involved with the crew. This is something that you spend months and months working with different departments and different industries to construct the beauty that is your race car.
Yeah, you got to analyze the data, like it says, run simulations to make sure that everything's running on point. You also, it's a big one there is FIA compliance because there's rules that are set into place. And just like everywhere else, you got to follow those standards as well, Lane. And,
yeah.
What are some of the additional industries within here? You talk a little bit about that aspect of it too.
Absolutely. If you don't comply with these rules and if you're not attentive enough to, follow the rule set and the guidance that you have to, you're going to definitely damage your team's performance. You're going to not be performing yourself in the end of the day like you want. So it is very, very crucial to be, watching out for those rules.
So additional industries like aerospace, aviation, robotics, HVAC, and building systems. These are things that State Plus has curriculum for as well, which we'll talk about. So all this plugged in and things that you can learn firsthand. And how do you get there, right? As a mechanical engineer, let's check out the workforce development pathways where you'll see that, it's focused on math, physics, computer science in high school. I went to school for math, but it's not everybody's favorite, TJ, but, it's something that can really get you to these jobs at the end of the day.
It's such a diverse industry because of how worldwide the sport of racing is. And mechanical engineers, being key leaders in their team settings, have to know all of these topics that you see here on your screen. And one thing that I actually didn't see added on here was that even foreign language can be important down the road here. Yep. So you talk about the ultimate STEM job. I mean, hey, this is a beautiful one to pick for our first week.
Hey, Lane, you know about multiple languages as well. This is your second language that you're speaking with us right now. So, again, that probably goes a long way when you're trying to maybe live abroad, right? And be able to open up even more opportunities for yourself.
Absolutely. Knowing these languages is amazing. It's very, very important to also expand your chances of getting to industries, especially a global industry, for example, such as the Formula STEM related championships and events. So yeah, man, it is an amazing challenge, mentally speaking. I'm gonna be honest to you, but also it's very, very rewarding. I love what I do, and I think languages go to help you a lot, along with all those technicalities of course the profession you want to follow. So yeah, it's all combined, and it's lovely. It's a lovely challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to say that you have to follow the scientific method at the end of the day in order to test those cars, make sure they're good to go on race day, which you'll get to do with those test sessions like we mentioned on Thursdays, be able to dabble with that car a little bit and get the best product possible, which you can find through State Plus in addition to that. So we just introduced summer camps in addition. So would love to tell you a little bit about what we've gotten going on with State Plus. I'm basically introducing it to you two because it is relatively new that we just announced, which means for us, we have the opportunity to have these flexible learning models. That means we can be and serve as a professional in the field. For example, myself, I would teach casting. It only makes sense. Sports commentary. So you get that from individuals who live in the scene. Blasky, who's our producer today. Who better to learn VMix from than somebody who knows it in the industry? But also, we're also more than willing to be able to teach the teacher, aka if you want control of your classroom, we can teach you up and know about the industry so that way you can be a teaching force in that too. But you see a whole variety of things, right? Partners, boys and girls clubs we've worked with, YMCAs. It's all about grassroots at the end of the DJ and TJ, and I know for a fact that you live that on a regular basis.
DJ and TJ. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. I'll come back to that. But no, I've been very fortunate to work in summer camps. I'm based in Georgia. We're very heavily invested in middle school and high school development, and that's why I have a lot of respect for what Stay Plugged In is trying to do. Esports summer camps are severely underrated, and if you believe that yourself as an educator, or maybe if you're a parent and your child has the ability or the willpower to find success in this field, it's not necessarily hard to do if you're willing to put in the work. And these summer camps are great opportunities to hone your skills, but also figure out what do you want to do long term. I mean, shoot, I wasn't a commentator a year ago today. I mean, I was just starting. I had no idea what I wanted to do. But with all these summer camps and all this mentorship, eventually you're going to find where you want to be.
And Lane, again, we talk about an environment that you love to be in, and you've done and had experience within Call of Duty Mobile and be able to cast in some pretty cool locations. Am I right? So talk a little bit about an environment, because we have Stay Plugged In labs where we can create environments for high schoolers to exist in and to have those activations. I mean, just check out the examples of Stay Plugged In labs and see the environment that we're talking about, and to have the right equipment, right? The right environment, even LEDs to get you inspired, right? That an environment like that can truly make it a student shine.
Absolutely. I would say you start, from my experience, you start with the mindset, with, the pushing up idea of pushing yourself into new professions. And obviously you're going to have the experience eventually to go in a LAN event and also share that with people who love and have passion for esports and for other professions. So I would say that's the way you gotta move from the online world into the real events, arenas as well. It is a process. It is cool. It's challenging, and it's lovely. I mean, if you ever got a chance to have a reference, have someone that inspire you, actually, you gotta chase. You gotta do what the person does. You gotta go after your objectives, your goals.
Yep, absolutely. We also have competitive leagues as we see ahead of us. This is one that you're living right now with Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. But there's other opportunities out there as well. We announced the Players League where we're running Madden, and these students get to learn from former pros who have been in the industry and also are looking to fend for themselves. TJ, not DJ. Obviously big football enthusiast, so I know for a fact, when Amon Green gets on there, I mean, that's somebody who you can rely on as far as believing what they're putting out there in the world.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what you grow up with, I grew up with football, and Madden was my first video game that I actually started playing competitively, and having references both in traditional sports and in esports, a lot of the titles actually transfer over. There's a lot of skills to learn between the two, so having star power like that definitely helps.
Let's get into it. It's our time for the Formula STEM Esports Cup to see the overview and check out the season ahead of us. We've got an 8-week season where 6 will be regular season. This is week 1. It'll be the preseason. The points won't count. But to walk you through all of the eyeballs on the championship that will be happening on May 13th. The competitors will be assigned a preliminary heat on race day. We've got to make the cut for the TP if they want to earn additional points we'll get into in just a second. But each prelim heat will also advance the same number of drivers specifically. So there will be multiple heats run in the same time. We'll cover one of those here on this broadcast. And so max number of drivers will be 11 per heat that can advance to that GP. And the drivers who earn that spot in the GP will then be able to compete for additional points. So let's bring up the point structure here. And as you can see, You'll see and notice that first place, a big prize there at the end of the day. Lane, you're probably after that first place spot. You're feeling pretty good about the playoffs.
Absolutely. I think it's a very, very nice point structure that rewards clearly those who go farther, and we see that eventually the points are gonna begin to be cut down to the 22nd place. So it is a matter of chasing the most you can and going for those points, because it's very rewarding. I think we're gonna see amazing battles today and throughout the season, obviously, for those major and big and best spots overly.
Yeah, 1 point will be given to all racers to attain, and just in the preliminary as well. Obviously, you're out for more than that at the end of the day. And but at the end of the GP, points shown on your screen will be given to each racer. Of course, starts next week. The regular season ends, which is playoff with TJ. We've got 40 players that can qualify for the playoff, and the top 3 finishers of GP will automatically qualify. So if any time during the regular season you finish in the top 3, you got to look up the back and say, hey, I qualified.
I mean, there is a lot of space in those playoffs, but there is no free handouts. So you definitely, if you are strong at a track or you have the time to really practice a certain track, you absolutely have got to take the time to learn it and try and get those podium places. And obviously the points will find their way down the road in terms of how important they may be for the general seeding of the qualifiers and of the prelims for those specific playoffs. But overall, it's all just super exciting. 40 racers potentially making it to the final playoffs. I mean, there's not a lot of other high school leagues where that number of representation is exactly shown. And then, of course, the podium fight, as if it wasn't crazy enough with the point differential, having the playoff spots on the line, especially off week 1, technically not this week, but next week, it's going to be super, super exciting to watch towards the end.
And to talk about it from a mental standpoint, what do you have to do as a racer to endure week after week, to first of all be disciplined to show up every single week would probably be one tip. But where are you from a mental standpoint as far as making sure that you are in the picture down the road?
Yeah, man, I would say it's cool to see how the process is going to be gradual. I love you touching on that point of endurance, because we know that the best drivers each week, the 3 best drivers, are going to be qualifying. So it is a matter of keep working. So if you don't perform well, you go to the next week and you try it again and you adjust the points that didn't work out for you. And obviously mentally, you're going to have to reset. So yes, it's an active work, I would say, that the driver's going to have to be doing before and during the race, of course, because at the end of the day, it's all about putting your strategy out there, executing it, but also adjusting to the opponents. It is a very, very live game of management in a lot of fronts, as we know.
That's right. Well, let's check out the track that we're going to be at as well for the preseason. Barcelona. So we'll be in Spain here for the first one. As you can see, one of the bigger tracks, 2.894 miles. But TJ, you mentioned one part of the track that you really got to look out for as a racer. Can you bring that to our attention here?
Well, I mean, technically, depending on how the racers go, we're going to see a lot of chokehold points for these racers. But what I was talking about specifically whenever Dawson was running his laps was look at turns 5 all the way through 8. It is something that on paper doesn't look like it's going to catch many people off guard, but this track rewards those whose racing lines are precise. If you can swing the car around and aggressively get it from the outside in on a lot of these corners and then continue to position yourself throughout an entire lap, you can truly blaze some time, blaze some seconds off. But that specific chokehold, you go from a fairly decent slow corner into a very fast short straight, and then of course that mini chicane there at 7 and 8. So we'll see if on the other side of the track with that S chicane, that larger chicane, if there's a similar issue there, but that's what I'm looking at.
Lane, what you got your eyes on?
Yeah, I'm checking the 0.5 on. I would say it's going to be kind of tricky because the drivers are going to be thinking, okay, I'm going to sleep down. As we know, the geography of the racetrack goes down a little bit from 5 to 7 especially. But then, yeah, after 7, you can just begin working again on that speed, begin catching up with the opponents once more. So I love absolutely the Spanish GP because it is a combination of turns and some pretty straightforward acceleration zones, more about the turns. And the chicanes, I would agree with TJ. The chicanes are going to be dominating the narratives here today.
Yeah, and when we talk about, the changes that they made recently, just a couple of years ago, where around turn 13, there used to be like a little corkscrew, if you will, that seemed pretty random. Well, now they fixed that, in my opinion. I think it's been a lot more straightforward, how 13 to 14 can be straightforward, allow you to gain speed and be able to hit that front straight, where we'll see a lot of overtaking too, because really, at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of opportunities. Maybe you have in Sector 2 from turns 9 to 10, but TJ, you have to say that, front stretch towards turn 1, that's where you're going to see most of the passing.
100%. I mean, obviously, that is a massive DRS zone there. And with the detection zone coming at the beginning of turn 14, there in your bottom right corner of your screen, there's a lot of speed that can be carried starting from turn 12. And so in terms of our higher skill racers, those who may earn the podium here in the preseason GP, that is going to be one of the most rewarding spots. Not to mention that speed trap at the end, too. It'll be fun to see how fast the racers get.
Akaruki, the Kitsune in chat right now says, watch one of us break the track record somehow. Listen, I'm here for it. If it happens, that'd be great. But Lane, what do they have to do that? Because that seems like a pretty tall bar at the end of the day.
Oh my, do you wanna beat Verstappen? Do you wanna beat a lot of those big guys on this time? I don't know if that's gonna be able to be seen today. I've seen also Nico Rosberg, as we know, now a co-entrepreneur, creating videos and all, showing all about the Spanish GP. And man, he also did something similar to Verstappen's time. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing that magic happening today, but I hope we see something close to 116 or 120 at least. But I would say it's gonna be a combination of testing the track itself and seeing how your opponents are gonna be going. Also escaping eventual crashes. That's gonna also maybe be appearing today.
And that's funny that you mentioned that. I was just about to play a game with y'all while we wait for this to come up. And by the way, we're about to start up momentarily with the qualifying race, the prelims, if you will. But I'll start with TJ here, and I got to ask y'all, as a racer, are you racing more conservatively at first because you know that there's question marks out there? You don't know who you're racing against at the end of the day.
Oh man. I would say you have to once you survive the first lap. This game specifically, when you talk about F124, I fortunately can speak to some level of expertise with my hours. This game rewards the ability to throw the car around, which I know Dawson talked about muscling the car around corners, but if you go watch world record times in-game, not the actual track records, just for reference, the current world record on this track in-game is 1:10. That is the world record. So this is not your average F1 car. It's almost like you can't drive it like the professional drivers. You've got to find a little bit of tech that the game actually provides you. So I think on lap 1, you don't have a lot of choices. You got to take as many places as you can, especially depending on what your qualifying times may be. But then after that, yes, keep your pace, keep your spot, because then the accidents, especially once we see some blue flags, it's going to get dicey.
Lane, any risks? Oh, obviously there's risk, but how big is the risk to just send it full send from the start? You listen, all the lights go, you're gonna go, you're saying I'm going 100%. Are you doing it?
Well, the risks are obviously like you messing things up from the start after the first turn, second turn. We got a small combination, kind of an S section there. So yeah, you gotta watch for it. You cannot force overtakes wrongly. You gotta watch for your own car and your own lines. Obviously, trying to catch that apex, it's gonna be a challenge for all of them. And I agree with TJ. It's all about getting things going and seeing how things gonna be happening, feeling the opponents. There's always, as we know, some uncertainty factor that makes Formula F1 events and games actually very, very exciting.
100%. Well, listen, we've got some homework as well for us because we have to learn these drivers. And we're not going to sit here and pretend like we know them. We get to learn them as they go. And that's an exciting point for me, and I can't wait to do it. But we do have to wait just a little bit longer. They're gearing up the lobby right now, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Formula Stem Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. Welcome back to the Brightspeed Fiber Internet presenting the Formula Sim Esports Cup. My name is Bearlight, and joining me are your friends once again. It's DJ TJ and Lane X as we gear up for the preseason. We appreciate all your patience as we got the lobbies up and running, and we are just, listen, we're just building anticipation at the end of the day, TJ. We are ready to go.
It's all about the content, man. I mean, it is racing. It is virtual racing. There is so much that could go well, so much that could go wrong, and we're going to try to piece together all the action as we go. But we've had fun so far. For those of you who watched the pre-show, you got a pretty good download of what's to come. But, Lane, I'm intrigued to see, what do you actually think we're going to see here in qualifying?
Well, I'm hoping for the best because, as we do know, the Spanish GP usually is not brought to the main lines, to the main expectations on drivers and on audiences. Usually, it's supposed to be kind of a calmer racetrack. I don't know if that's good or bad. I mean, surely it's good for the drivers, you know, who are like having a first experience. And I mean, it's gonna mean that they're gonna have the chance to adjust and feel the track itself. But other than that, surprises can come on the way. We can have many interesting things happening.
I'd like to see them really take into consideration what Dawson Cram was preaching from the get-go. If you were here and were an OG watching us from the very start of the test sessions, which was, hey, listen, slow and steady wins the race. Not that you want to go slow. Obviously, it's time trial. At the end of the day, it's hot laps. You got to get going. But to be conservative, to figure out these laps early and then be able to put something together, you want your laps to go down in time as you're making adjustments along the way, because those adjustments do mean everything, TJ.
I mean, hopefully for these players who knew they were going to be here on Catalunya, I would imagine they might have some setups already prepared. That makes a huge difference when you're only going to get, I believe, 15 minutes to actually set your laps. And every single hot lap is also going to cost you probably 2 to 3 minutes of the warm-up lap and then obviously the out lap where you go back into the pit lane. So a lot of strategy here, but also the preparation is going to pay off just like that if they came ready today.
Yeah, you got to be ready from the get-go. And we're about to go to the qualifying side of things, so let's go ahead and get into it now as we get our first sneak peek. This is exciting to be able to learn these drivers like we mentioned, but one thing to note, we are actually, with this preliminary heat, what you'll be seeing in front of you will be these racers looking to get into, obviously, the qualifying race. But that preliminary heat is actually going to determine the order in which we'll see the starting grid, which for me personally, I like this a lot, Lane.
Yes, I think it is exciting to see how they're gonna be battling already, right? From the get-go. I love this. That's the spirit we want to see from these guys. And obviously the adjustments happening, and they got to feel the car as well. They got to feel how they're feeling today on this driving, on these first moments of our first opportunity here on the racetrack. So yeah, exciting at all.
First sneak peek here of these drivers. Popo for show. Already getting some fun names too, by the way, on their out lap currently. So we'll see them as they cross lines, and we'll first get our first sneak peek of these laps.
Absolutely.
There's a little. Oh, go for it, Lane.
I was just going to mention quickly, yeah, sorry for breaking in again, but yeah, cool to see Popo, the North Carolina guy, along with Intimidate, the two guys from NC. So yes, let's see what they're going to do.
Throw my point in here now. What's already concerning that I'm seeing is that if you know a lot about traditional racing, especially at the formula level, then you know that normally in these qualifying sessions, two things. One, you go soft tires. So unfortunately, a Legal Monkey may be setting a slower lap off rip here in the Haas, but also, what's worth mentioning is the spacing of your cars. That way you can actually set a lap. So if you're looking at the map down there, the first three drivers doing it well. But, Bear, we have, is that 5 racers in a row here coming up on the second DRS zone?
Yeah, you don't see that very frequently, but that's exactly what we're staring down the barrel of currently. But like we mentioned, it's very much a learning process at the end of the day. So obviously you have a set of tires that you can bring in throughout the weekend, but softs certainly make sense in qualifying standpoint. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. But we'll get the first laps on the board here momentarily as well. Taking a peek from Saipo of Trey, and Trey's first time around. See if they can't set something up. Pole position is in the hands of the Mercedes of Top Rancing currently. As you see, I mean, it's pretty close. Battle 1-2. We said it might be a little bit spread across the map, and right now you do see a lot of that as well.
Also, we need to talk about this very first lap because it's a little blurry on my end, so y'all help me out here. Is that a 113 that I'm seeing already?
Yeah, it sure is.
I mean, well, it's a little different than what Dawson had to set in the practice lobby, but that is a very, very electric pace. And not only that, but many racers, at least the top 4 currently, are still sitting within a second back of that as well. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show. We had no idea what to expect coming into this, but this is actually very impressive. And I also want to connect the dots for some of our viewers back at home as well. For those of you, again, who are familiar with traditional racing, we are not doing a Q2 or Q3. This is the only qualifying session. So normally you see drivers get eliminated. This time it is just whoever is in the order by the time we're said and done in 13 minutes. That right there is your final grid order for the GP.
It's very cutthroat, isn't it? So, like, you have to be on your game from the get-go. And that's one of the things that we mentioned, you know, on that pre-show as far as getting in here. But, yeah, just learning the Q1 only situation certainly makes it more intriguing and more important that you hit those laps early. And Top Rancing has done that at the very top, so we'll see if anybody can overtake it. Right now, Joseph was close, right? Just about a tenth of a second back, a little bit over that mark, but now you're trying to put laps on the board here. Gamer Bro trying to get in their groove, I suppose, because their first lap not quite cutting it, but we'll see if they get into it. We're watching Saturn currently about a second, 1.2 seconds back from that pole position, as Top Racing is hoping that they've done enough here to secure that pole, and right now, so far, so good.
If there's anything to add in terms of the pacing of this session, I would like to think that Top Racing's pole lap will not be enough just yet. I mean, we're all here for the competition, and also race pace is something that is very different compared to qualifying pace. So even if Joseph doesn't end up getting Top Racing in the next 12 minutes, just being at the front row, especially heading down into turn 1, is going to save you probably your entire back wing, depending on just how congested things get. But also one thing, too, that I just now noticed, no collision is turned on in the qualifying session either. So now we actually do get to see the true racing ability of these high schoolers and what they can provide as Top Racing goes even quicker in that Mercedes.
Sometimes the competition that you want to go up against is yourself, to challenge yourself, to get an even better lap going. So if you're going to be out in the session early, you want to make good use of it. And so that's a great job to do exactly that. So the sophomore from Texas certainly throwing it down right now, too. Joseph, again, put up a pretty big lap. We got Cry in third as it stands right now. And James is the MVP. We'll see. Right now is sitting in fourth. Not too bad, but still about a second out from that top spot. So we'll keep you updated, but right now, Top Racing certainly making a name for themselves.
Lane, I'm curious to know so far, what have you noticed? As I think we're about 8 minutes, because we didn't start directly at 15 minutes. We started a little before that. So we're about 7-8 minutes here in the qualifiers. I'm curious to kind of notice what are you noticing?
Yeah, the first thing to notice it would be like Texas obviously commanding the track so far, as we have Top Racing and Joseph both from Texas. And these lads are doing so well so far. As you said, a fast lap, a consistency is gonna help you through, but doing the fastest lap is already something very, very exciting to see on the hands of Top Racing. But not only that, I'm curious to see, TJ, how the consoles are going to be playing a role, right? We have a bunch of differences here from one side to the other, and depending on how you operate, it can have an edge. As we see, we have Xbox players, we have PlayStation, we have computer. So how is that gonna have a role in the racetrack? And I toss back to you. Do you have any clue on that matter specifically?
Yeah, let's go analysis for analysis here. I'm so glad you asked. Obviously, in normal high school esports, in other games, FPS can be a massive factor, but the beauty of these games, especially the F124 series, they actually normally run pretty well on console. And one thing, too, to think about is maybe who's driving with wheels versus who's driving with controllers. We don't exactly have that information, but that's going to be something that is going to be super obvious to tell. Normally, there is a massive time difference in those who are able to plug in their wheels. I mean, shoot, if you saw my face cam, my wheel is right behind me. And it makes a huge difference in the skill level that you can bring. And if I had to put my money down somewhere, it looks like that almost our entire top 10 is using wheels. So I don't think it matters exactly what platform you're on, but it's 1000% about what are you using in Illegal Monkey. A minute 13.3.
There it is, taking that top spot. I was just about to talk about how it is about that fine tuning, right? Every turn, every steering moment matters, and so that makes a big deal, and Illegal Monkey certainly taking advantage of that, as it is no longer Texas up at the very tip top. So love to see that variety. You said, TJ, is that top time gonna stand? Well, guess what? The answer is no, and he found it by the way of Illegal Monkey. As things just continue to heat up in this qualifying area. I think Top Racing might have thought that they could get away with it, but you love to see those times coming in. One thing that I do notice as well is everybody's within about a second and a half here at this point in the top 8. So those players certainly making it close, but want to be able to make those fine-tune adjustments, more importantly, in order to get to that top level, and you're seeing prime examples of them from the starting point.
I mean, welcome to the preseason. This is exactly what this race and this qualifying session is all about. It's about, can you actually get comfortable with the grid once we get to the race, but also you get used to the timing of these sessions, because as we get through the season, we're expecting a lot more racers to join the fray. So you might be racing the best, there might be racers better, and we just completely witnessed a Red Bull hit the wall there. I'm not sure whose that was, but we're following Trey on his outlap, but what in the world? I was going to make a separate point, but I'll hold off on it. Lane, what just happened there?
Oh my god, I was comparing the numbers here. Couldn't really
hardware.
tell. That was tough to see, actually. Wow.
It's hardware. He's gone. He's out.
Right.
Wow. Are you tired of this qualifying session? I mean, things happen and develop so fast. We talked about how it can get chaotic. I just thought it was going to wait until the race before we saw some of this chaos happen, TJ. But listen, you have to be prepared, and if that sort of thing happens, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to just accept it, move forward, but that's going to be huge. You want a good starting place, because obviously when the race determines where you'll be on the GP, I mean, that could be a huge difference maker.
I mean, not even to mention the practice hours, or I guess in this case, the practice minutes, the practice laps. You're missing out on a lot of very critical time there, and especially when we didn't even see hardware get to put down a lap before that crash just happened. So maybe there's a separate issue. Maybe there's a console overheating. Maybe there actually is a difference that I'm not aware of. But regardless, you are stuck at that 17 slot. You're stuck at P17, but it is better than if the full roster was here and maybe you were being eliminated from the final GP when it's all said and done. So I don't think it's a lot to frown about if you're Squeaky Hardware, but you know, now you just get to focus on the race and maybe watch and learn a few things from the top of the pool, as now we see Top Racing regain. He beats the previous lap record here by 0.2. That's 2 entire tenths. We might push 112. We just might.
Yeah, and you're just asking for the competition to try to get back to you and overtake you and set new records. So, listen, I'm super impressed by these students. You talk about how these are high school students specifically. Half of the roster can't even drive or doesn't have a driver's license, at least. Maybe they have a permit. But to see them come out and have this level of performance shocks me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it is exciting, and yeah, these guys, trying their best and seeing how they feel again in the race and having this taste of driving, as you mentioned. But I was gonna mention real quickly that Top Racing, he was feeling a little bit shaky on those moments where he touched the curb, but it may have been an impression by myself because again, right after that he managed to overtake versus illegal monkey. So back on the leadership and leading the charge. I love what Top Racing is already putting out here.
We're going to slowly shift our focus here over to Trey and see how the middle of the top 10 can potentially fight their way through. We talked about the track preview earlier today, and turns 1 and 2 are going to be, I hope, not a blender for all the carbon fiber that's on the track here, but I worry that it may be the case. For those of you unfamiliar with the track, we start pretty far back in the first DRS zone. I mean, pretty much we start 3/4 of the way, maybe even 7/8 all the way back. So there's a long straight into a very tight turn, one of the tightest on this entire circuit. I mean, Bear, of all the people on this desk who are familiar with the skill level and drivers involved, even though we're all maybe on equal playing field, do we think that based off the skill we're seeing right now, are we actually going to get a clean first lap?
Man, I can't promise that we'll see one. I honestly do think that, lock again, you want to be able to accomplish it, but man, oh man, I don't think so. I'm here for it. I'm encouraging it, but we'll see at this point in time. So, following along again at Spain, one of the things to really take in consideration is how fast you can get a run off of those last final turns, which is something I've been eyeballing pretty regularly throughout this entire session here. But right now, Top Racing even still can make those little adjustments to make themselves a little bit better. Lane said it best when he was a little bit shaky, so still room for improvement, even though they're running top-tier laps.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go for it.
Oh, sorry. I'm always on your way. So let's just race, right? But you're going to still be ahead of me on the racetrack. But I was just going to mention real quickly that the names are already, the best names on this case are already making themselves known here with that consistency on the hands of Top Racing and Monk and Joseph. The other guys are changing a bit more on the positions, and Sipo, for example, has really upgraded his own positions from the last laps to now. So it is that kind of driver that can bring surprises. I'm eager to see what else is going to be up to today.
We are now most likely coming up on what will be the final lap or final attempt at a lap for all of these drivers. Many of them have taken a very aggressive strategy to go ahead and start their hot laps now, meaning that it's going to be almost impossible unless they put in the extra fuel to go back to back and get another hot lap down. So when you're looking at your racers to watch for, Monkey had just gone out and struggled in Sector 2. I believe he was 0.8 off the pace that he was originally, or maybe it was off Top Racing. Either way, there's a lot of room that he had left, and he did not decide to pit, so I'm not sure if he had enough gas to go once again. Maybe wanted the extra warm-up lap, and now I'm very intrigued to see what are we going to see from him. But as of right now, we follow somebody sitting dead in the middle, sitting at about a 114. It is Saturn, who currently is 2 seconds off the pace, so I'm not sure if we're going to see a major improvement here. But now here's what you got to watch out for. Both Trey and Joseph and James are all on their out laps. They're going to get one last chance here, a buzzer beater lap, if you will, Bear.
It's going to be tough because your tires are already wearing thin for it, so it won't be Saturn as we see them taking the pits. We also got an update from Gamer Bro. Unfortunately, having tech difficulties, same can be said for hardware. So finally got an update as far as why they haven't been putting in the laps that they were looking for. And Popo for show in Akuruki, you can say the same for them. So that's why we see them a little bit farther behind. But yes, eyeballing the middle pack because that's where it might come from. I'm watching those too, and they could be able to lay it down here in the last minute 45.
You can see the total laps here being ran that our wonderful observer has brought up, and there's a lot of intriguing factors here. Those are including, I believe, the hot laps themselves. I'm not sure if that includes the out laps, but maybe in Popo's case, who we watched at the very beginning, I don't know if they pitted once. I think they maybe put in race pace fuel and have just been running, which I'm actually intrigued to see if they can get themselves somewhere near the top 10 with that amount of fuel. They actually may be in a really good spot due to how many laps they're getting, but you've actually got to make that move happen, as not only him, but the other Ferrari, Gamer Bro, as we just mentioned him, both having their fair share of struggles on and off the track. But again, it's not the race, and you're not getting eliminated either. So there's a lot left to figure out, a lot left to learn, as we see somebody coming out of the sand there. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but we are so locked in on Popo here, who's got the most laps, as I already mentioned. And now, if there's anybody as experienced on the track, I think it's good that we're watching Popo. He's currently 3 seconds off the pace, which would be an improvement, as there's a tractor in the form of an F1 car going off the side there. But now here we go, coming around Sector 3, a minute 10. It's going to come down to this last turn right here. Could potentially find some major time if his Sector 3 was good enough. He's coming down on the final straight. Is this going to be a chance into the top 10 for the most experienced lap runner? And it looks like no, it is not an improvement. So originally had some time to work, but now we have been disconnected from the lobby. So welcome back to the Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed. My name's DJ TJ. To my left is Lane X. To my right is Bear. And Bear, I think we're basically done with qualifying.
Yeah, I think so. If you're ever confident enough as top racing at that point in time, it would be towards that tail end there. So they put in laps early, they took that lead, and that's who I am really eyeballing towards the next couple of races, one in the prelims, but also in the main race too. Because if you're able to lay down laps like that, not only just once, but then consistently, is certainly somebody I'm eyeballing with that consistency to be a true difference maker and lead the pack from the front. Lane, do you agree?
I do agree, and I loved how some of the drivers, they kept themselves, ahead and strong, even though obviously they had to go to the pit stop. And we're talking obviously about the top racing and also the Joseph driver. These guys, they already showed quality, right? And it's not like top racing, he needed the entire race to get the leadership. No, he was already there almost the entire time. So some of the guys are more consistent, obviously, or were already from the get-go. But again, also to point out that we had a lot of disconnections. So I'm hoping that doesn't repeat itself in the following steps of our championship, because that's not what, that's what now we want for the drivers themselves. We want them to have conditions to show their qualities.
Yeah, I think it's something you have to certainly be mindful of, even if you have issues a little bit earlier, like in the qualifying, for example. That mentality and just having to deal with that struggle first and foremost can be front of mind. So if that has happened to you, we certainly, from the desk standpoint, say, hey, let that go, right? It was in the past. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, right? You have your fingers crossed, but you have to rely on the fact that you have to be mentally sharp. At the end of the day, any esport requires that, TJ, and we'll see if they can't do that in the GP.
We also do have a few updates to add in to the overall conversation here. So it looks like that the average Tuesday night Steam maintenance has happened, which it's 6 p.m. Eastern currently, at least for me and Bear. So that is unfortunately something that was not brought up. So hopefully we can get those final qualifying times from maybe one of these students who are still remaining in the lobby, but I would imagine not much would have changed. Granted, we'll probably have those answers in a little bit here, but Bear, I actually think we may even be going to a short break as we try to figure that out.
That's right. We'll take this quick break here, but of course, it's just for anticipation reasons in the content, as TJ said prior to. But don't worry, we'll be right back with you. Just grab a drink, grab a snack, and join us for the Formula STEM Esports Cup on the other side of this break. Bearlight and the gang back with you here for the Formula Esports Stim Cup here on the Stay Plugged In channel, presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet. And we've got DJ, TJ, and Lane with us as well. We got to see the qualifying, but unfortunately it was cut a little bit short based on the connection issues with Steam, as it had to re-update as we know it to be. But that just caused even more anticipation, more for the content, and we get to go into the GP here momentarily. We're cooking at estimated time of 6:32, so I'm excited to get to see these racers in action, because qualifying not going to be the same monster as it is when you have the other racers close to you on the track.
Well, I guess I'll take it since you didn't want to mention either one of us by name, Bear. How
TJ.
dare you? No,
How dare
that
you.
just goes to show exactly where we're at right now. We're obviously rolling through the punches. We're
right.
getting this whole Formula Stem Esports Cup up and running. We do have a lot of very talented racers as well. And so before we even get to, actually, let's start with the track before we get to qualifying. Lane, we talked about it very briefly beforehand, but looking at the track, where are we putting our attention to before we hop into the GP?
Man, I would say that it's gonna be interesting to see how the drivers will be, especially maneuvering the later portion. So sector 3 to me is gonna be really interesting to see. As we know, we're gonna have 2 chicanes there that could, shuffle things up, and especially considering that some of the drivers that we saw previously, they were already showing their power, their qualities ahead. Those top 3, top 4, I would say drivers, they are gonna want to be ahead so they can, maneuver easily and more carefully, especially in the later portion of the racetrack itself.
And I know it's highlighted in green here, guys, but the DRS detection zones are obviously an important part. If you're within a second of the car in front of you, that means that DRS for that stretch, those little green lines from both 9 to 10, and then again from 14 to 1, that opens up your DRS system. Now that's going to be automatic for these drivers here based on the rules set by Formula Stem Esports Cup, but you still have to manage and get within that 1 second time frame behind the player in front of you, and it starts at that exact moment. So it's not going to start at the beginning of the straight, right? You want to make sure that you can play off of that, make sure that once you do get to a good place, like just before turn 1, that's where you want to find an overtake there, TJ, because that little bit of extra boost that you get from that DRS, the drag reduction system, is everything.
And when comparing the two zones, there is a very different narrative to push when you're looking at both of them. It is a lot easier to keep that 1 second distance heading out of turns 13 and 14 because they're not as tight, but there's a very good chance that we could see drivers go from turn 4, and then by the time we get to turn 8, there could be not only a second, we could see seconds shaved off of gaps or potentially added to gaps. Not even to mention that the zone is before a decently tight corner at turn 9, and it's a shorter DRS zone, but you guys are going to see as the race pace of these students starts to shine, it's going to make some pretty big differences, especially with the lap times that we saw as well.
Yeah, and then the overtakes that you have just before the detection zone, you want to make sure that you're behind. And you don't want to pass and then be like a second behind or more, behind the next car in front of you. Because then if you have like that clean air, it won't matter, because then you're just giving DRS to the player behind you that you just passed, right? So overtaking wants to go, you want that to happen, especially if there's a gap between you and the next car. If you overtake, you want to make sure that happens after that DRS zone, so that way you get it, your opponent doesn't. You're not setting yourself up for failure their lane.
Absolutely. And watching that slipstream, as you're mentioning, is crucial. You're not going to want to offer someone else or an opponent, more than that, the chance to use an easy portion of the racetrack. So yeah, all of those elements are going to be playing its own role. And I would also point out, to also complement my previous reply to DJ, that the turn number 3 is going to require a lot of that tire management. It's going to require a lot of attention, especially on finding the exit out of the turn. So all these elements would be super interesting to see. And again, Spanish GP is always an amazing race to watch, to see, as we're gonna have the qualifying moment. Let's see how this is gonna play out. I'm really excited. It's a lot of elements to cover.
So let's again, we're about to head into the GP. And we highlighted Top Racing, but I do want to point out Illegal Monkey too, because they were kind of going 1-2 between these two drivers. So again, we looked for consistency, but both of these two players were kind of going back and forth. We talked about Joseph in the mix too. We might have ourselves a true top 3, and if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be the top 3 that we start with here to start off the GPs, so they can gain a quick advantage right off the rip there, TJ.
I'm glad that you mentioned that the top 3 may be safe, because I actually want to throw a wrench into that plan. I actually do believe that Cry and Trey have a decent shot at spicing things up. Unfortunately for Trey, he had a few Sector 2s and 3s that didn't go his way, but I think right here off the bat, those two could find the way to overtake Joseph. And something that's even more important that we'll talk about once the grid actually starts up, which is going to be very soon, is who gets the inside lane going into turn 1 and 2. Because if you're on the outside, you're going to become the inside heading into turn 2. So it's a matter of, can you free up space? Can you actually pass a car? And can you survive the first 2 turns? I mean, we're going to have 18 racers on the grid. But I think the 4 through 6 spots, even though that in qualifying they were decently behind, they could shake something up to start.
Yeah, and I do see that happening as well. And we've seen prime examples of that plenty of times when we've gone to Spain, where that first turn, favors the bold, right? Just being able to book it into that on the outside line, get that clean air off the rip. It's definitely a good strategy. Now, have these players had enough experience in this game or enough experience watching F1 to maybe figure out that might be the case? Are they watching the stream right now? Did they listen to Dawson Cram and his brilliant nature that we saw during the test session? That's yet to be seen. But I think the players the racers here that are going to learn from, number 1, their mistakes, number 2, from the pro drivers that we have here for Formula Sim Esports Cup. The most adaptable players or racers at the end of the day is what I'm getting at. We'll find the most success. They may not be in the picture right now, but when we talk about weeks 2, weeks 3, forget about it. They're going to be the ones that actually run away with it, because not only are they open to change, but they will implement it too. So I'm excited to see that.
Absolutely. And one thing to add, when you mentioned Dawson Cram, one thing that he said is amazing to have in mind, right? He mentioned very, very briefly that you have to consider that you cannot do all the movements at once. You cannot combine them simultaneously. So it means you cannot just push your car and also, be focusing on something else. You gotta manage those elements, as we already see the race on the way, and it's gonna be cool to see how the placement's gonna happen in a little bit. We mentioned Monk, we mentioned Top Racing and Joseph. These guys obviously going ahead in the grid, and I want to see how the strategies related to the pit stop are going to be happening also, Bear, because we saw that Top Racing, he was able to make a late entrance into the pit stop, and even so he couldn't lose positions. He managed to do that so smartly versus Illegal Monk. So these two guys may be battling. This is another topic of the conversation, obviously, for us to delve into. But yeah, I guess this competition is gonna be happening right off the bat.
Yeah, I guess it's just like, it's the anticipation is just building and absolutely destroying it. But yeah, it looks like they'll have to wait a little bit before we see that battle, TJ. They got eager, and I was kind of disappointed to not be able to see, number 1, the starting grid, but then on top of that, the start. So it gives us a second chance at life at the end of the day here.
Well, and also, I don't think Lane commented on it, but I saw 2 Aston Martins go off on the first turn. So maybe the restart that's probably going to happen here is more beneficial for some of the racers on the grid. But also, one thing that I noticed is that I was not aware that collisions were turned off. I'm not sure if that is a persistent thing throughout the entire race or just a lap 1 thing, but if collisions are turned off, that completely changes the way that this could go. I talked a lot about the inside-outside lanes, but it's not going to matter at all for these top 10-ish racers who are within a second and a half of the pace. If they don't have to worry about the actual race pace, it's just going to be a hot lap simulator, and then maybe with a pit stop in between. So that's also a dynamic worth bringing up.
Yeah, 100%. Because when you think about that, like, just the not having to worry about inside-outside passing strategies at the end of the day could certainly play that huge factor in favor of those who run the fastest laps specifically. But I'm pretty sure maybe that just has to do with some of the crash. So we'll get you the details on that too. Pit strategies. We haven't talked a whole lot about it. We talked about tires briefly as well. let's go ahead and go into a little bit more detail with that, because each player, just like your standard F1, just like your Formula sessions, they got to find the right time to pit. Now with 23 laps on the table here, pitting early, obviously a strategy, but it's just, do you follow the rest of the pack here at this point? That also plays into a factor as well, and it also determines which tires you want to kick off with here too. TJ, what are you thinking about this?
Well, it's a matter of driver skill. Tire wear is a massive factor that over the years of F1 video games, there's been a lot of focus on the realism of tire degradation on the track. Luckily for these racers, a circuit like Catalunya in Barcelona, first of all, beautiful both on and off the track, and it's great for the tires because it's not very demanding of your softs in terms of how quickly they're going to wear down. So if I had to put maybe a expected strategy, I'm not sure if you guys have been informed about this, but you have to have the medium tires on at least one point in every F1 multiplayer race in the game. I don't even think there's a way to override it. So they have to go to the medium tires, but it's a matter of, would you rather start on the softs, maybe ride them out for probably 9 to 11 laps based on how good you are, and then hit the mediums for the rest, or is pitting early going to be more beneficial? It's all up to skill and up to strategy, and also up to what is the top of the grid going to do. I imagine many will follow.
Lane, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that we're gonna be seeing that strategy of obviously the soft tires first, and then depending on how the small battles are gonna be happening or high, right, that could shift the strategies onto really going for the medium, like TJ said, or even later on seeing a little bit more of the hard ones. The hards are gonna be playing its roles as well. I think it's gonna depend on the battles that we're gonna be seeing. Like I said, between two drivers, eventually more than that. But I think this management, is going to be crucial, obviously, because transitioning from one tire to the other is going to tell how good you're going to be able to perform and endure, especially in the later portions of the track itself.
Yeah, I like control right off the rip, right? So I want to go with soft early as well. I think especially as an experienced driver, if you know the track extremely well, whether you have collisions on or not, you want to have that control on the track from the rip. Get some speed going, get some separation between you and the rest of the pack, and if you're able to do that, you don't have to worry about that, especially if collisions are on. You can have some clean track to work with, and if you're putting in hot laps like we saw from Top Racing, like we saw from Illegal Monkey, right, those top 3 individuals specifically that I called out, TJ would call it the top 5. I certainly wouldn't sit here and disagree with you too heavily. If you have that advantage and that extra space, that's certainly something that I'm watching, so that we can get things going. But listen, we got to get things going again and restart the lobby. We know how it goes. Typically, this will happen, and luckily it happens during the preseason, am I right? But listen, we'll take that quick break and be right back with you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Formula STEM Esports Cup. Here again, TJ and Lane joining me here on the desk. My name is Bearlight, and unfortunately we've had to fight a little bit of technicality, but we are ready to go. Let's get to it. Spain, GP, everything on the line except for the points because it is preseason, but we're excited to get some racing action going here too. And we got some updates for you as well. So something to note, TJ, that we found out during the break, collisions will be off for lap 1 with all the chaos ensuing, so we'll see how that factors in.
For preseason, all the racers better be thanking their lucky stars. That collision is turned off for lap 1. Catalunya is a great, wide, sweeping track that benefits smooth driving, that isn't too challenging as well, but this first turn, which we're going to see in just a second once the lobby gets going, it's very tight, and for very good reason. That right there is probably one of the most skillful points of your entire race pace throughout the 23 laps, is that very first turn. So I'm excited to see, but before we do hop in, Lane, throw me kind of your maybe keys to success based on what we saw in qualifying.
Well, the key is going to be right at the point we're talking about now, surviving the first pack of turns, because yeah, it's going to be a whole combo of cars. But without the collision, that's going to get easier. You're going to eventually want to go into the third turn in a better spot, at a better angle, so that you can slide over a little bit and speed up as we're already heading to the racetrack, guys.
Here we go. Preseason underway as the lights turn off and we get going with lap number 1. One of the cars, technicality has been an issue here throughout, and one car didn't get a good jump on it, but Illegal Monkey is going to get the first jump here into turn number 1, gets the lead over Top Racing, but now it's back and forth between those two as they battle just like we saw in qualifying. And the first turns were crucial, and right now the advantage just barely going to Top Racing as we head into turn 4.
Turn 4, fairly smooth, very sweeping, but also a good chance for overtakes coming out of turn 5 here. Top Racing holding his top spot. Nothing too surprising here, but with no collisions, James is going to go right through Illegal Monkey, and they're going to fight for this position. James was at P7 to start this off, and also Ian Hawk was at P9. So a lot of movement very early on here. This is what the race is all about as we're already making our way through Sector 2.
And Saturn all the way up to 7th at this point in time, but Top Racing certainly has created a little bit of distance here between Illegal Monkey and them as James and then battle for P2. They just haven't been able to settle in. Now, without collision, you're not worried too much about air drag resistance in these battles until this next lap. So either way, those battles have been an issue and allows Top Racing to get that interval over a half second already here in lap 1.
Top Racing kicking it off, not leaving any crumbs from what he did in qualifying. He set a 1:13.1, the fastest lap by 2 entire tenths compared to the rest of the grid, and very few racers were able to maybe stay in the loop. In fact, it was only Monkey and Joseph who were able to stay under half a second. So if you are Top Racing, your goal here is to get as fast as you can, get as far as you can, because DRS will be turned on after this lap, and if you can get that second gap, it's going to make things very hard for the rest of the grid to catch up. But so far, you got to be super impressed by James, who has not only found his space on the podium place this early on, but is actually holding his own, catching up to Illegal Monkey.
Yeah, it's done a great job to closing that gap, and still within that second interval, which means that DRS, when it opens up, they will be able to use prime advantage of that. So a solid point here too. And speaking of opening up gaps, almost a second interval to first place. A bit of an issue trying to stay on, as you saw at the back of the pack, but we watch things finally start to settle in. We go into line back-to-back here as well. Not a whole lot of battle is ensuing right now. I think the closest is the battle between 7 and 8. But even that gap is opening up as time rolls on. So Top Racing finally getting that 1 second interval before DRS kicks in. So they're going to separate between Monkey and the battle between second and third.
Top Racing racing himself to the top. But all puns aside, he has now created a 1.2 second gap after turn 1. Now, granted, that is obviously shifting very heavily because on the tail of Illegal Monkey is the onboard camera right here with James in that Kick Sauber car, that very nice lime green, just to remind Illegal Monkey who is on his tail. And both of them have created a great gap as well, as Ian Hawk from P9 is only a second behind P3, and of course with James with a great start as well. And even Squeaky Hardware has found his way all the way up, who didn't even get a qualifying time down.
Yeah, you were talking about how these racers were, they didn't quite get, the racing in as far as qualifying goes. That was one of them. But yes, you're right, Squeaky Hardware, not at all. Tech issues. But now that they're part of this equation, they've been great. But Ian is certainly what I'm watching. Just placed 9th in qualifying and already up 4 spots as we go in things. But look as they exchange, as collision turns on, it gets interesting. But the battle ensues here between 3rd and 4th currently as they go back-to-back. Ian wants his 4th position as well, so it's getting close.
It may be a different type of racing, but rubbing is still racing. That is a quote that is very true, especially considering the varying skill levels of the entire grid. But so far, it seems like we're finally starting to find some space. Monkey, about a second behind Top Racing. James, about a second behind him. Squeaky, a second behind him as well. And now our attention really is going to come down to Ian and Joseph. And now James, who I think actually may have gone off the track. He's dropping like crazy. He's going to drop all the way down to P9. And now he finally finds his way back on the track, but that is a huge defying moment early in this race.
One turn can make a difference, and when you're off, not only are you causing issues for yourself in this short run, but also when it comes to dropping back, you're going to have all sorts of battling that you have to do to come back from that unfortunate moment there for them, all the way back to P9 before they're able to get things going, and plus put another 4 seconds between them and the 8th spot. An unfortunate mistake.
Also, Akaruki has fallen off, I believe, went off into the sand and potentially hit the barrier, so that is the end of their race. Luckily, it is preseason, so the points have not gotten into play, but bragging rights are something that is still very much on the table, especially when we're going to welcome, I think, almost 20 more racers to the competition once the regular season gets started next week. But so far, all eyes are on our top 3, who are not only finding plenty of room up front, but now we're going to follow Joseph as well, who's trying to close the gap. Is in the distance. You can see Squeaky Hardware. Here comes Joseph, looking for the move on the outside. Are we going to see a switchback, or is he going to stick it through? He'll try to stay on this lane, and we'll shift to the inside. A little bit of bumping, but look at Joseph try to stick it, but Ian with the defense holding the inside all the way through. Look at the kids go.
We love to see that defensive maneuver from Ian to be able to hold that spot too, but they go trade back and forth as that outside line was something that we talked about early, TJ. They look to get to work with it, but Ian does a great job to hold on. But also Squeaky Hardware basically coming out of nowhere from qualifying up to place 3 and is going to have plenty of gap between them. That battle looked hot, but Joseph wasn't able to sweep by.
We have a safety car on the track. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, as now the racers have got to be careful not to take too much damage, as I believe Ian had accidentally stopped for a second there, so I think maybe Joseph's front wing may be slightly a little altered there, but we get a safety car. I'm not sure what happened, as it looks like maybe Game Bro has damage to his front and back wing. I saw some missing parts there on the carbon fiber of that Aston Martin, but now I've got to update everybody on how this works. So welcome to a safety car, only 5 laps in. I'm surprised it took this long, but the way that this works is that no overtaking is allowed, and until we see... Oh my god, wait a minute, hold on. Let's actually put a pin in that. We're going to see an early pit stop from both Ian and Joseph. So here's what can happen under the safety car. Because there's no overtaking, we can see Ian and Joseph come back out. And if the safety car is still out by the time they're out, they're going to get to come all the way back up and be right on the tail of Top Racing on fresh mediums as well, which they could take it all the way to the end of this race if they manage their tires.
Man, oh man, let's go down to Lane right now. It's been a chaotic one here, Lane. What are you seeing as we see the first pit stops of the race?
It's crazy. It's crazy race. And we can talk about a little bit of Illegal Monkey, right? Cutting the difference between him and Top Racing, since we already have the safety car. So that's going to play against Top Racing, who was opening a nice margin versus Illegal Monkey. And we got to also point out Squeaky ramping up positions, going really well so far to really jump himself into the podium. So it's been quite a crazy race so far. And Joseph, who was doing nicely and was really finding a way into the leader pack. He's a little bit stuck now, but yeah, it's still a race to be thought about him and fought by him actually versus the other guys.
Ian and Joseph will be in 8th and 9th respectively, so we'll see how that battles out as things kind of settle down into behind this safety car, and things will get going once more, and overtaking will be allowed once more as they do complete this lap 2. Just 6 laps in, and we've seen absolute chaos already, TJ. And so now with pit stops where they are currently, what are you eyeballing?
Well, the biggest thing here is watching how all the drivers are swerving back and forth. For those of you unfamiliar with Formula Racing, the tires get cold very easily. So you can see all these drivers, they're trying to sway, but also look how congested the grid is getting. Nobody wants to fall too far behind, as the safety car will come in very shortly here. But now, Siegel, a very bold decision to take a pit as the safety car is most likely going to end. And also, both Joseph and Ian were not allowed to retake their spots up towards the top 5. So they're going to have to fight all the way back for it. But we should see green flags very soon here, as we're going to watch Siegel's pit stop here, but I can guarantee for a fact that Siegel will not be allowed to regain all of the positions, and the safety car staying out for maybe a little longer than expected. But one thing also that I have to point out is a lot of these cars have been bumping each other because collisions have been on, and we also just saw Jakai, I think, slightly spin out as well, so they're going to lose a spot, and Evan is going to get a penalty with Popo. I'm not exactly sure if we'll have to review that or not because we didn't see it here on our cams, but look at how much bumping is going on from these racers. They really don't want to fall behind, but they're going to hurt their cars in the process.
Oh yeah, I mean, we see bent up, fronts consistently. Those wings are everything when we talk about traction. That's just going to make your tires work even harder at the end of the day, and it's just not a position you want to be in here, TJ, especially when it's going to be so long before you can justify making a pit again after the safety car out. So we'll see if, these racers can really get their minds sharp, get them going once more, and be able to get into the groove of things, because never did we get settled through the first 7 laps that we've had thus far.
Well, hopefully that time should be coming soon, as we have now been under 2 laps with the safety car, and as you can see on your screens, the safety car is in. And Gamer Bro, I'm not sure what just happened there, as maybe they spun out and we're going backwards, as now the collisions continue. I think Sater took off Saturn's back wing. So a lot is going to happen here in terms of the pit stops as the safety car re-enters the pit lane. I mean, there's a lot of damage to these cars, and Top Racing, I think, has been able to avoid most of it, but almost everybody from 2 through 10 has seen a bump of some kind. So now, Top Racing trying to back the entire grid up, trying to make sure they get congested in the turns. That way he gets this lane right here for free. Here he goes. He's going to accelerate. The safety car is in, and ladies and gentlemen, we re-welcome you to the GP. Green flags are out. Top Racing still trying to warm up his tires, but now I believe we are back to full racing speed, as Monkey will try to potentially take the inside here, but we already know turns 1 through 2 are not very rewarding to those who've tried. So it looks like Top Racing holding on to the position, as it still has the safety car menu up, but these racers are already going, so I think we are actually green flag, but maybe a slight bug, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I saw too, because there is no safety car out in front, first of all, and they didn't bypass him. So we're going to just go as live, but look at the battles ensuing on the backside, and that's why it's so important to get that lead, TJ. You want to make sure that you have that clean air contact as well here, as Sealed Satire trying to get around and make sure they're not messed with, but constantly just dealing with that pressure, and more damage ensues for cars P9 through P14.
Siegel and Evan have all fallen very desperately down about, I think, 4 or 5 places respectively. And I think now we may have actually re-entered a potential safety car. I don't think so. I think it is a game bug, but the way that Top Racing is going, I'm not exactly sure if we're going to see a re-entry. It looks like everybody is still going full speed, so I guess we'll continue to treat it as normal, as I'm not seeing a safety car on the track. So we got to turn our attention right back to Monkey and Hardware, as now DRS has been enabled. So there's our confirmation. We're back to racing speed, and now after this first turn, DRS is in play, and now the grid is a lot closer than they want to be.
The Illegal Monkey and Squeaky also trying to battle it out here in second, third place. You see how close, trying to dive to the inside, but they're going to try the outside instead. Just not a lane for them to roll in to get enough momentum, so it might have to happen at the next straight, because they might have missed their opportunity, and you see the gap widen even further as it's over a second between first to second to third, and then 3 to 4 second gaps from there on back, which seems
Monkey's
incorrect.
racing line. Yeah, Monkey's racing line and his overall pace seems to be more consistent. But now Squeaky Hardware here in Sector 2, getting into 3, looks like he may be able to try and find some room of his own. All these racers like to drive the track differently, but in terms of how they combine with the collisions, with their different pace, with the different tire ages as well, because again, you have to talk about where Hardware and Joseph are going to end up. Or sorry, it was Joseph and Ian who pitted earlier, and I'm not sure if we did see them switch tires because we haven't gotten to see their cars just yet, but I think they just went past the bottom of the screen. They are on those mediums, so now seems like a perfect time for Lane to briefly talk about, we're on lap 10 now. We talked about the pit window in the green room, but I want to hear you expound on it more.
Right, the pit stop has been amazing and has totally changed the landscape of the race. And I want to point out on that matter that some of the racers who went to the pit stop, they had a time, they had the necessity for some laps to get back on the top. And that was the case of Reinforced Seagull, for example. We saw some other guys stepping up again, such as Saturn and also Hawk. And I want to point out specifically James, who was finding some momentum in some laps ago, but down he goes because it was tough to get back to action versus the other racers. So it's been quite a kind of an interesting race so far, especially on that leadership that never changes on the hands of Top Racing, and obviously Joseph recovering himself, finding momentum as well, bringing that energy from the qualified to now.
Illegal Monkey making that move
What a
to
move.
P2. Yeah. Just dove on the inside, risky move, but listen, I'm here for it, especially if it hits you the spot.
Yeah, definitely wasn't trying to cut you off there, but I had to because of that move that just came out from Illegal Monkey. Now we're starting to see Hardware and Monkey go band for band as they are fighting very closely, and now we're going to see them finally make the decision to pit for those medium tires, and they pit together with Top Racing and Hardware. We're going to see the top 6 all pit together here in the dead center of that pit window that we just talked about Lane mentioning. So now it's going to open up the room for Joseph, who's on his mediums, and Ian now, who's also on his mediums. They have got to make space, and they've got to make it quickly because just about 2-3 laps, you're going to have all of those guys right back on your tail. So they're praying that Seagull, Mao, Jukai, James, they're praying they can hold them off for at least a lap or 2 longer, but there is still a very long race to go.
Yeah, and those 6 that pitted together, they're likely to come out in the same order just based on the game alone. So they'll come out basically that same space, but yeah, so the real focus is who's on here, who can make up that lap times in the meantime, gain a little bit of space, and hopefully by the time you need to pit, you'll be able to hit the pits in time to come out ahead. But that takes a bold decision and a whole lot of hard racing, especially on tires that are going to be quite up there as you wait to pit a little bit later than the rest of the pack.
I gotta point this out too. Monkey is actually on the hards. Those are white outlines on his tires. So I've talked about this with y'all in the green room, not publicly on the stream, but that right there is a very, very bold move. I mean, I believe that they were able to get an earlier pit stop, and maybe the hards will come into play, considering that Mao, James, and Jukai all have to move eventually. But now I'm glad that our observer has brought up the age, because you can see 8 through 14, other than Sater, have all pitted together. So that right there, a key narrative to watch, but also Joseph and Ian. If they can keep this lead, if they can keep this advantage and manage their tires for 10 more laps, they're going to be in a beautiful spot. But knowing the skill of the players below them, as Top Racing is already across P6, I worry that he may be catching up soon here, as he did also get a little bit of damage, but he looks to be fine.
Right behind that other Mercedes of Jukai, who's on 11-lap-old tires. Granted, they're mediums, but they will need to pit pretty soon, and you'd imagine they'd be on the soft tires on the other side of that. So they're not necessarily teammates. I will point that out. From a car standpoint, yes, they're the same, but it's not exactly the same as what you'd see in a typical race. Joseph in that lead, but for how much longer? Because you know that they're going to have to pull the trigger as well at some point in time. Them and Ian both, as they made their pit stops a little bit earlier.
It's very much a free-for-all. I'm glad that you brought up the fact that it is not exactly what it seems. And speaking of teammates, Monkey, who we saw was on a different tire than the maybe counterpart, technically, I guess is a safe word to use, is Siegel, who sits at P3 right now, but also on slightly older tires. And again, Monkey and Racing are finding their way with Squeaky Hardware all together very quickly up the lane. So again, you're praying that Evan, Siegel, Jukai can all try and hold people off, but now finally, Jukai has decided to pit. I'm not sure exactly what his tire condition looked like, but I am a little surprised to see that pit stop come in early. And now, once again, this Mercedes of Top Racing is flying down turn 1.
Yeah, constantly being able to gain that speed. They've been absolutely excellent as they continue to just swing it and make sure that they do close that gap. At the end of the day, the time frames don't necessarily look right, but a penalty from Evan as well, so that will likely get them out of the way. Top Racing will have free range to try to race down the rest of them on these fresher tires that are considerably less, or more fresh rather, by multiple laps too. As you saw, reinforcing Siegel just trying to hold on. Obviously, they're up 13 places from where they started, but you imagine that's going to come crashing down whenever Top Racing and Illegal and Squeaky Hardware, those three will be back to back to back and working their way up to the front.
Welcome to the real grind of the race, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the style of how Formula Racing works. Now that everybody has stopped and we're under half of the track, at least total track time left to go, now comes the real test of skill. As I think, was that Joseph?
Yeah,
who we just witnessed go off there? Or was it Hardware? I think it actually was Hardware, because now we're on Joseph's perspective, and look at how much room he's been able to gain. This is something that down the line could be huge. I mean, Top Racing is finding his way into a new fastest lap on those mediums as well, so it might be a matter of time before he catches up, but Joseph, you can slowly start to feel the back burners of the Mercedes on you, and you just got to keep your head down, stay focused, and just go turn in, turn out, and continue to survive.
Yeah, well, this last sequence a little bit weird. Let's go down the lane right now and see what you're looking through all this chaos that we've seen, the shuffle, if you will, from laps 10 to 14. Lane.
Absolutely crazy and good race to watch with the shuffle in positions, but especially a shuffle between the blocks. As we have seen Top Racing, Legal Monkey, and also Squeaky Hardware, moving from the lower positions again to the top. So it's going to be a matter of time how these guys going to take chances to come out on top. As on the other hand, Joseph and Hulk has been very consistent as a double pack, as two leaders who are fighting to keep their momentum and in the space. And I have to, make a quick mention to what TJ brought to the conversation. The tire management is gonna attack. It's gonna fight against Joseph and Hulk from now on. So it's gonna be a matter of when, if they ever need to stop again, but when and how they're gonna be surpassed by that block, the ascending block commanded by Top Racing.
It can't be understated the way that it's so difficult to be able to overtake cars, even here at this level of play. Squeaky is having some, trouble trying to not only get behind Saturn to even start this overtake, but now it might be coming here as they dive to the inside, and right when I'm speaking about it, they might have this opportunity, but they do collide here with a bit of an exchange here, as a bit of damage too coming off it. You would imagine the collisions ringing true, but eventually, do they make enough on this move? They do, as the overtake will take place, finally, it feels like, for Hardware.
Monkey and Hardware made the very bold decisions to choose the hards, but now you've made your stop and you're not far enough ahead of most of the pack to, I think, really make them count. So now for both of them, I think they're playing for podium spots. Evan, Siegel, Hawk, Joseph, all on older mediums, and they're praying that maybe the hards, due to their reinforced durability overall, that they are going to be able to eventually be quicker. But those margins are very wide between, obviously, the yellow mediums and also the hards, as a little bit of bumper cars is going to force, I think it's Saturn who makes his way through. It's a little bit illegal, as I don't think there's going to be a penalty given there, but man, we may need some stewards of our own. That is diabolical from him.
Man, can we go to the FIA real quick? That seemed a little bit sus, but they got away with it. Maybe a little bit of touch in the back was all it took to send them wide on that turn into the rubble, and that will cost them plenty of time. But the battle continues here. Hardware around Saturn again, hoping to hold it off this time around as they head into one.
I got to give some context about the way that the game automatically determines penalties as well. Normally, if the front driver is driving too slow compared to the rest of the grid through a turn, then it will actually penalize nobody, because technically it is that front driver and the back driver's faults together. So maybe the game was calling Monkey out a little bit, saying that maybe you're a little too, or I guess it would have been Hardware actually, maybe saying you're a little too far off the pace. And now we see Saturn fall behind both of them, and he's on mediums with the same amount of degradation. So this is great for Monkey and Hardware. But now I got to bring it back to the main story. Top Racing, our unanimous so far champion of qualifying in the race, is now still struggling to make up time, and we're only about 6 laps left in this race. So Joseph, he's continued to maintain this 4 to 5 second gap on Ian, and Siegel and Evan have played beautiful pick and roll ball, a completely different sport, but it's a fitting analogy given that Top Racing can't find his way around. But you can also see that interval is ticking down by the milliseconds.
I don't think Top Racing got the DRS. I could be mistaken. I just wasn't able to get a clear shot, but they certainly will the next time around, and you better believe that they're going to make up plenty of time. Not only 5 laps, or 5 tires laps, shorter, but still being able to get and close that gap. But the battle continues. I mean, this Saturn versus Hardware, basically fisticuffs that we've seen have been absolutely outstanding and certainly the most entertaining factor. But that battling is really causing big gaps between them and Monkey, and then again a big gap between Monkey and Racing. So Top loves to see the battling that's happening behind them.
Top is also hoping that maybe Siegel and Evan can find their way, as now he's going to have his moment. Evan's gone off the side, so Top Racing finds his way, pushing slowly back towards the podium places, as unfortunately we've shifted our narrative back over to Monkey and Hardware and Saturn, who continue to duke it out. Saturn is very quickly back on Hardware. Those mediums are starting to pay off in the corners here, as there's only so many chances to overtake on this circuit, but again, it rewards the slicker tires. They're going to be bumping all over the place. It's a couple of expensive lawnmowers here in Sector 2 trying to find their way through the grass, as we're still going to keep watching this race, but I'm still keeping my eyes on Top Racing, because just 2 laps ago, he was sitting, I think, in the 10 to 15 second range behind the top 3, but now he is cutting off time very quickly, as once again, Saturn and Hardware fighting for this spot going into turn 1. Hardware will find his time, but the DRS battle, it's like they're playing tag.
It honestly is. And then the fact that, Hardware, you might judge them at a distance that they put on the hard tires, but the way they've been wearing them out, just going back and forth, swerving, diving outside, diving inside, back and forth game is going to wear out your tires. They've got the same tire life right now, but oh my goodness, DJ, what in the world did we just witness?
Dude, AN80 Racing just paid a visit to the camera. He had to wave to his mom back home. That is unfortunate, as on the brand new softs, I'm going to guess they were way too cold, and we have a safety car. This is a huge development on lap 18. That is going to crunch everybody together once again. This is a nightmare for Joseph Ian Siegel, as now Top Racing is going to be right on their tail once the car comes out. But as they find their place, as we get to the final laps, let's throw it right back to Lane. Lane, this is a huge moment in this race.
It's a huge moment because, again, it's going to flatten all those differences. It's going to make the drivers real close. And I got to point out this beautiful battle between Saturn and Squeaky, right? Saturn was very aggressive, chasing him off. And then Squeaky was able to maintain the inside line. It was a very interesting battle. And Saturn not yet finding this spot, finding the right line to chase. But, again, these middle battles, the middle pack battles that we want to see, they are happening in this racetrack. Not only about the leaders, but also those guys who are striving to come out on the top and reach the leading pack.
Bear, I got to cut you off because we have just seen multiple racers pit, but there is one driver at the front who has decided to stay out and bank on himself. Joseph did not take the advantage to try and go back to a new pair of softs, so now you will see players move all around the grid, but specifically Ian is going to be now pinched closer to Siegel. As you can see, the safety car is allowing for everybody to catch up. This is, again, a huge development in the strategy calls from all these players. This is extremely impressive.
13 laps on the medium tires, and they got to go probably another 3 by the time the safety car's off. That is something to take into consideration. Siegel's going to try to play that game as well. But the problem is they've got Top Racing behind them. They've got Ian on fresh tires, fresh softs, that'll be just constantly bugging them. It'll be a defensive battle between those two, or from those two. on Ian, on hardware, who are battling. So the best case scenario for Joseph is they're able to just catch battles behind them and be able to just hold on towards the tail end of this race.
A slight moment there as well. I believe that was for Ian, who's trying to get his tires warmed up. And these high schoolers got to be careful. You can't start spinning out and falling even deeper into the back of the pack, as we are still waiting on the rest of the grid to finally get caught up. So I would imagine we're going to see a full extra lap of this safety car, meaning that, Bear, by the time we're said and done, there's going to be 2 laps of racing, and specifically everyone will be crunched together as well, probably heading into turn 1. And Top Racing, he was at the front of the grid for the first safety car. He showed an incredible ability to slow everybody down and then perfectly execute his exit on the last few turns here in Catalunya, and he was able to get a huge gap. But now that he's stuck in the middle of a grid that has been fighting like a pack of wolves, can he find his way back into the podium place?
Possibilities. Absolutely, unless I do see a route to get there, but it's going to take a whole lot of maneuvering, chaos, in order to get there. You have to just stay patient. You got to stay calm in this situation. Very much easier said than done when just tornadoes, hurricanes thrown all around the track, and there is nobody more frustrated currently than Top Racing, who is making plenty of progress, and the last thing you can do is stay frustrated, especially when you have this unique opportunity so close to everybody else to overtake at least 2 members. Even the hard tires at 9 laps are certainly taken into consideration versus those fresh softs.
Safety car is coming in on this lap, meaning that DRS will be re-enabled at the end of lap 21. So for Joseph, your job is simple. You've got to hold them off, and you'll see him stopping them here. He's going to try and maybe force some damage out from the middle of the pack, but everybody's learned their lesson from before, because they know that Siegel and Joseph are on old, struggling tires, and Ian is at a beautiful spot to potentially overtake right here as they slowly approach the last few turns. As here we go, safety car is coming in. Joseph has got his jump. Will it be enough? Only time will tell. We're gonna have just about 3 more laps here for the GP.
You already saw it a little bit shaky off of that start from Joseph as they were rolling out of that, and that's going to open some spots up. Top Racing already going to be overtaken by Hardware, who's looking to jump into the equation as well. Now as they take P5, as the battle ensues, Ian Hawk going to be rattled around as well, as Illegal Monkey was battling in that sequence that just knocks him off of it. It still ensues. Trying around the outside this time. Reinforcing Siegel trying to hold on. Inside they go, and Ian Hawk has taken P2.
Those softs are no joke, and there is still 3 laps to go here. 21, 22, and then, of course, 23. And now Ian is in a great spot, but here comes Top Racing. He's third, trying to make a move, and he's going to try and find his way past Siegel, and that he does. Caution flags come out in Sector 2, but the move has been made. Ian and Top Racing now have all the pressure in the entire country of Spain at their disposal here in Catalunya. Can they find their way? Ian's at P1. Joseph falling, fading, struggling fast as now Top Racing will try to find some room here. He's very quick on the tail of Joseph. Can he find the inside? He's side to side, moving down the straight, and he's found his way through. We're gonna get 2 full laps, and there goes Joseph on the old mediums. It's completely thrown him off into the sand. It is Ian and Top Racing finding their way through.
Oh man, the battle of 1-2. We knew how long Joseph could hold on, but not if you're going to be battled like that, and it was a matter of how quickly can Top Racing get around Joseph in that moment to make it close, to keep the gap neutral here between him and Ian Hawk, and they will be within a second. That means DRS zone. Once it's coming up, they'll have that DRS in a good run here. It'll be a battle of these top 3, as now Evan has made it to P3 on those fresh tires as well.
Ian qualified P9 in that McLaren and barely got a lot of laps in, but his timing was very precise and he had his moments, just couldn't finally put his foot down. But right here, he's got a chance, but not without Top Racing having anything to say about it, as now he's going to go off into the gravel. He's going to open up a lane. Here comes the DRS coming through down the inside as Top Racing. He's going to have to be slightly patient on the inside. He will stick it. Top Racing through the madness, through the chaos, is back into P1, entering lap 23 almost.
Now you gotta hold on at this point too. You got the same level of tires. That will be the battle from here on out. That meanwhile back 6, 7. There's certainly a gap that they're looking to close, but final lap is approaching now as the leaders hit the line. Lap 23 upon us. There's the move. Ian's gonna take the first place yet again with a big move on the outside, but will it last? On the inside, Top Racing has got to run.
Top Racing trying to hold the outside. He will stick it! Even with the DRS, he still remains. But what is the strategy call here? There is still one DRS detection zone that we will see in about 5 turns time here on the outside. A big sweeping line for Top Racing. He's spinning a little bit on those softs, but they are starting to find their rhythm, starting to find their grooves. It is no question. All eyes are on the front. Popo retires late here, but Top Racing and Ian back and forth coming into DRS detection zone 1.
The gap is 0.405 right now. Opens up to about more than half a second. So they've got a lot of space to work with, but still in that DRS zone as they continue into Sector 2, and they roll towards the tail end of this one. It has been a battle and a half. Does Top Racing have enough to close it out?
He's got half of a second room to try and find his way into the winning position here. He's on the last few turns. He's just got to hold it off, and it has been a wild race, but it's been an even crazier strategy from Top Racing as lap 23, he'll spin across the line and regain all the way into P1. Ian follows behind. Evan will try to clutch P3, and that he will. Your podium, Top Racing, Ian and Evan, and even Saturn finds his way into the 4th spot. Siegel holds off Monkey. Sater even gets a jump on a few spots. Hardware falls a little bit to 8th, and the rest of the grid had to struggle, but will come around with not a lot of change as Joseph, though, fell all the way down to 10, and that right there will wrap it up with James at P12 and a lot of DNFs.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, the amount of retired cars are at a all-time maximum, and hopefully should be based on it being the preseason, of course, as well. But yes, a valiant effort. Top Racing will break out. Again, they got the qualifying win, was able to hold up. We said who's going to be the most consistent, who's going to be able to battle through some of these areas, and sure enough, it was Top Racing that'll have the top spot there for the GP. So they'll move in and get things going as we move into it. It'll be a 25% race for the GP itself. We're just getting the update from the group itself, so as details come in, we'll get you those. But right now, we want to go to Lane for his reactions of that qualifying race. Lane.
Whoa! What a crazy final portion of this race. I was in shock. I was just stuck here watching it all and obviously listening to you guys casting. It was an amazing final portion of the race. We have to point out that Joseph, he totally gambled on the longevity of his tires, and he paid very expensively on that, right? It didn't work well for him, as we could see the 10th position, losing the leadership and really going and pushing forward, putting on a huge amount of pressure and load on those tires didn't work out well for him. Now, Top Racing just made it to the top again. It was a matter of time. He had the fresh tires. That goes to show how much the tire strategy is crucial at this game. But not only him, Ian Hawk was very reliable and very consistent to endure at the end. So it was a very good, amount of movements and crazy shifts on the leaderships that we could see. And also not only that, but the safety car playing a very key role here on determining the positions and also undermining some of the leverages that some of these races built over a lot of laps.
Oh man, craziness just taking place during what was the preliminary heat. So we'll be going into the GP here, which will be, from our understanding, 25% just to cut into the time frame that we had, unfortunately, due to the tech errors. So things happen at the end of the day. And so we got our starting grade now. We know Top Racing will be at the very start, and it will be awesome to see how things shake up for that GP. But yes, one final break. We promise it'll be a short one. We can't promise that, but we're hoping it'll be a short one. That's the plan. We're going to take that quick break and be right back with you. Lane X, TJ, and Bearlight back with you here for the Formula STEM Esports Cup presented by Brightspeed Fiber Internet, where we saw a crazy, what we learned was the final race there, the GP. That ending spectacular. We already covered it, but just final thoughts on the day to all three of you. I'll start with Lane there at the end because, I mean, I know you were watching pretty hawk-eyed in with those players, especially after that last safety car.
Changes that we had due to the safety car, but not only, I would say now, shifting my eyes into the responsibilities of the drivers. Well, now it's all about how they manage their tires, right? So that's going to be the point that they're going to be thinking about, looking forward into the next week and obviously the race of the season. So it's going to be exciting to see those adjustments, and let's see, which new hero is going to come up. But again, Top Racing seems to be the top racer, or was today at least. Let's see if he's going to stay consistent throughout the season.
Yeah, TJ, I want to get your thoughts as well. It was an incredible way to kind of end this stream as quickly as it came. It goes. But, yeah, Top Racing was excellent. Anybody else that you were looking at, too?
Well, I mean, first off, in a weird way, I'm kind of glad that was the GP. I think that was about as entertaining as a GP could be, even though it was technically supposed to be the qualifying race. So overall, not a lot to be upset about, and still plenty of bragging rights to go from that first race. But also a lot for both sides of this event to learn, as this whole entire Formula Series has so much in store for this season that I'm sure we're going to be able to bring you guys. But also, you have to talk about the storylines of qualifying to the ending. People like Monkey, who had some aggressive calls and also some aggressive racing, alongside members like Saturn, who did a really good job at sitting in the middle of the grid and had a little bit of controversial moves here and there. But I also respect the confidence from the top of the grid before the second safety car. It's preseason. It's a perfect time to bank on yourself and see if you could have ended up winning the race. But unfortunately for Joseph, who was on those mediums, it did fall through. But next week, I don't mean to get too far ahead of things. We go to Austria. We go to the Red Bull Ring next week. And that circuit is shorter, but much more precise. And we're all three going to be there. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be extremely technical. And we can't wait to bring that action to your screens.
100%. We got to learn the drivers here, which is our ultimate goal here tonight. No points were awarded regardless. So that GP, a great way to end with an entertainment factor. Just pure cinema to kick off the Formula STEM Esports Cup here with us. Again, Lane X, DJ, TJ, and Bearlight with you. And, of course, we've got the warm-ups, the test session that you got to see a sneak peek of. Yeah, that's happening this Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time here on this channel, a.k.a. the Twitch channel or YouTube, which one you're on. Well, that determines whether you follow, a.k.a. Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube and be there 5 p.m. We actually have another pro driver, so you'll have to tune in there on Thursday and find out who that is. Again, that'll be 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And then, like TJ said, next week, 5 p.m. sharp, we'll be here, iron out the kinks from the preseason and get things going. So, you're still not too late, by the way. Even if you've registered for a couple weeks, but not week one, for example, of the regular season, you can do so. Even if you're just now seeing this for the exact first time, right? You can register now at racing.staypluggedin.com. So make sure that you go to racing.staypluggedin.com so that way you can be featured on this broadcast as well. Go through the qualifiers, go through the prelims, the qualifiers yet again, into the GP, all of that at Austria next week. Well, for Lane X, for TJ, for myself, Bearlight, we will see you then. Everybody take care. Good night.